Welcome to Legion of Myths Game Master Insight. Tonight, our panel of seasoned tabletop RPG veterans dives headfirst into personal stories, bold expectations, and powerful insights. Get ready to ignite your imagination and elevate your next gaming session. All right, welcome to Legion of Myths Game Master Insight. I am your host, John Maxley Auschlow, and I am truly grateful you are with us for tonight's discussion. Game Master Insight is a forum where our panelists share experiences, ideas, and advice on tonight's topic, the hidden costs of tabletop RPGs, highlighting their unique perspectives and expectations. I sincerely hope you enjoy the conversation. As always, a special shout out for our first-time viewers. I really do hope you enjoy this video. Share it with your friends and come back again. Please consider supporting Legion of Myth through the links in the live stream's description. Rumble rants and super chats of less than $20 I'll read at the end of each segment. $20 or more, I will interrupt the segment to read your rant or chat as immediately as I can, though I will let them complete their thought first. And $50 or more, I will take a drink in your name. And this doesn't happen much. Maybe today will be the change in this, but you can force the panel to answer any tabletop RPG related question of your choice right then and there. If we reach $100 more in super chats or rumble rants, there will be a $50 Palladium Books or Drive-Thru RPG gift card giveaway during the rando portion of the show, towards the end of the live stream, after the video portion is done. And Legion of Myth YouTube members, Rumble subscribers, as well as tonight's super chatters and rumble ranters have the opportunity to win, but you must be watching at the time of the giveaway to claim your victory, else it rolls over to next week. As a reminder, Legion of Myth moderators will time out or even ban people who attack any panelist or chatter. Attack the argument, not the person, and keep your various social media beefs off of my show. Please like this video, subscribe to all of the panelist channels. There we go. That's English. Found in the description. And thank you for your support. All right, with all of that out of the way, let's meet our GMI panelists for tonight. First, we have returning with us for the 5,476th time. We have Malachi, but he's in the lead-off position. Go, Malachi. Briefly tell us what products or media you create and your tabletop RPG experience.
Hi, I'm Malachi. I got my blog, which I need to post. I hopefully soon I can get one up. I got Ryan Howard's new book, Nighthaven. Want to do a review and overview of it. Been in the hobby since the early 90s with the big black box with the red dragon on it from D&D. And yeah, I play just about anything.
Okay. All right, next to him, for the first time on this version of the show, we've talked in the past, is one and only Squirrel Hermit. Please briefly, not bleefly, I'm not Japanese, briefly tell us what products or media you create and your tabletop RPG experience.
I will briefly. Heck, I've been gaming since I was 12, so almost a little under 40 years. Content, I have a channel, Squirrel Hermit. It's sparse, but, it's what I do. I'm having fun. I haven't really written or published anything. I don't think anyone would do that even for free. But
real quickly, whoever's typing, I can hear it. Please mute.
But yeah, thanks for having me on.
Mm-hmm.
Glad to be here.
And before I can even introduce our next guest, I have to read a super chat. He got trumped by a super chat if it will show up on my dumb screen here. Fine, I can do it that way. All right. Well, Bane for $49.99. I guess I'm going to drink. Says, we need a Saturday rando live stream. Apparently he's drunk already. Good to see you, Bane. Thank you very much. Ooh, a Saturday rando stream. Saturday's the only day I get any sort of housework or yard work, anything done. Plus, that's the day that we occasionally do the Codex Albana game. I think somebody would actually hire a hit out on me if I were to stream on Saturdays. Love the idea. I just cannot comply. But thank you very much for the $49.99. I'm going to drink in your name in just a moment here. So, but let's introduce our final guest. Why? There you go. So, Zanalar, there you go. Pronounce the I can do it. First time on here, please introduce yourself and briefly tell us what products or media you create and your tabletop RPG experience.
Sure thing. I'm Zanalar. That's my handle for the internet. I've been playing role-playing games for about 10, 11 years by now. like shortly before 5th edition of Dungeons and Dragons released. And I make YouTube content nowadays. I got like a couple of really older campaigns with the 5th edition rulebook on the YouTubes, where you can watch all of my horrible mistakes live on air, you know. And nowadays, I create content with the 4D mantra, so to say, the 4D role playing. And my experience leans, it's a lot of D&D and Shadowrun experiences. And I've also played the Dark Eye before, the German rule set, which is famous or infamous in Germany for its weird dice system. But yeah.
Your dice are awesome. All right, well, thank you very much, Bane. Once again, thank you for $50 super chat. Drinking until the bottle runs out. You're still getting the 100 proof Southern Comfort. So there we go.
I'll suffer with you.
Thank you very much. All right. Where are we? Oh, so let's get to today's topic. Today's topic it's a really weird way of wording it. I debated a couple of times if I wanted to change the terminology, but I think it kind of made sense, so I stuck with it. And it's called The Hidden Costs of Tabletop Role-Playing Games. I don't know what kind of clickbaity title I'm going to have. I think it says something like The Price You Didn't Plan For, or something like that. You know, hey, those are attention getters. You'll be okay. But the idea is that gaming isn't just go buy a book, maybe some dice, and go sit at a table, play with your friends. There's more to it than that. As I've said a lot of times, and I fully believe this, I guess, you know, it comes from what I heard, it comes from Alexander Macrease, is that tabletop gaming is an intramural sport. It's something you dedicate your time to. Not something you just show up every occasionally if you feel like it, whatever. No, and that right there is a commitment. That is a price and time, and we're going to get to that in a bit. So that's just something to think about as we go forward here when we talk about the four topics. But we're going to start with Malachi with the first question, and we're actually going to start with money in the concept of unforeseen financial investments. Now, Malachi, many players recognize that the price of rule books, dice, and miniatures can add up. But what hidden, that's the key word, financial burdens have you encountered while engaging in tabletop RPGs, and how have those costs influenced the way you approach the hobby?
Well, I think from my experience, there were two big ones. Food and drink, because, I mean, we're gaming, we like snacks. Sometimes I'd actually grab food and like make a small meal for everybody, and gas money. And pretty much when it came to the gas money, I basically got in the habit where I would figure out my routes ahead of time. If I had any, like, say my job, for example, say that is in between where I live and then where my gaming group is at. Well, I mean, I'll throw a set of clothes in a bag, throw it in the car, and actually take all my stuff, get changed, go from work right to game. That way I'm not wasting the gas going home, any other stops I might make, like if I have to grab anything. And for like the snacks and food and stuff, it's just looking for deals. Don't hesitate to go to a place like Aldi to get a really good deal. I shop at Aldi.
Aldi.
A lot. And I mean, just in general, I've really tried to get that, really watch the money lately.
Yeah. So have you ever paid for somebody else? How do I say it? It's like, hey man, we'd love to have this game. Yeah, I live so far away, I can't do it. Look, I'll give you $5 in gas money. I'll
tell you what, that has never happened to me, but I would be more than willing to if the person was a really close friend or somebody that I really enjoyed hanging and gaming with.
So we did it in a group where one guy was kind of the driver, and he had to drive all over hell to get a couple people who didn't have cars. So we gave him like $5. This is when gas prices were cheaper, but you know, we gave him like $5 to go pick people up, and that's how our game happened every week.
Yeah,
honorable.
Yeah, it was nice. But one group, everybody actually pretty much, everybody but like me and one other person lived in the apartment that we gamed in.
Real quickly before we go on, Bane for another $20 for $19.99 says, "Drink." I already drank, man. I already drank it. It's $50 for another drink. I'm not, and I won't get. And by the way, I won't get drunk on stream. I will limit myself to 3 or 4, and I will pace those things. But with that said, again, thank you very much. I appreciate that he's supporting the show, and that's awesome. Thank you, Bane, for your support.
Earth
He
Dog.
wants to destroy you.
He wants to destroy, right? No, I've told people all the way going back, they're like, we could get Max really drunk and he'll start singing, which you don't want. No, I will cut myself off at some point. It's just the drinking part is just for fun. It's not meant to get me drunk or to bilk you out of $50 for some reason. So, but awesome. So, do you guys have any questions or comments for Malachi?
Well,
Nah.
It's okay. It's okay if you don't.
yeah, the only comment I have is, brother, you've been blessed to have folks that live real close to you. You didn't have to. And as far as I will add in on as the food and snacks and whatnot, heck, I've gladly, happily, hey, pizza, everybody, whatever, and pitched in, we piled in money. I mean, that's not a required. But yeah, it's kind of a hidden cost or could be unforeseen. But anybody, hey, I'm tight on loot this week or whatever. Don't worry about it. Just we're eating. We're gathering around the table.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, the camaraderie, the fellowship of enthusiasts.
Yeah.
Malachi, one more for you here.
Okay.
Has managing, so to speak, the hidden financial costs ever influenced the kind of RPG systems or settings you choose to run or play?
I think it would, especially like today. If you want to get deep dive into some of the old school stuff that's out of print, some of those birthright sets can go for quite a bit of money.
Oh, I thought you were going to say more than that.
No. I mean, I've been lucky. My setting was always Dragonlance, and I've got the book and most of the stuff from the 2E box set. I got a Talatis box set, and I got a hardcover 1E book, and I was lucky. I got good deals.
Mm-hmm.
And I will.
Back in the day, my opinion. I mean, I don't have stats on this, but it seems that back in the day, books, box sets, whatever, they had a pretty static price.
Yeah.
Nowadays, things can be as cheap as like $5 or as expensive as like $100 just for a normal. And it's like, well, but it also depends on what kind of quality you're looking for, what you hope to get out of it. That D-Genesis game, for example, holy crap, was that expensive, and that was in Euro.
I don't often do this, but I have to give Wizards of the Coast a little bit of props for the new edition of D&D. The fact that they dropped the price of the books by $10. They're $50 when they had said before everything's going up to $60. That's
right. Well, Palladium's unfortunately going to raise the price of its books here in a moment, but they can't help it at this point. They finally run out of the ability to keep them where they are. But let's head on over to Squirrel Hermit here. Let's get him a chance to jump on in here. Same question for you, Squirrel Hermit. Many players recognize that the price of rulebooks, dice, and miniatures can add up. But what hidden financial burdens have you encountered while engaging in tabletop RPGs, and how have those costs influenced the ways you approach the hobby?
Well, I tell you what, inadvertent, but yet it kind of can be a hidden cost. Do you have enough room to showcase the game to host? We all live in our own space, but what kind of table or what kind of area of your living space are you going to use? Are you willing to pay the cost for the old lady to be angry about it, or are you willing to make adjustments, move things around, once a week, once a month, whatever? That's something that folks don't consider, but yet somehow consider because they make it happen, which is awesome. For me, I've been fairly blessed. I remember gaming younger, and we didn't have a place to stay, so who's got the room? Where are we going? So there incurs maybe gas money or just getting there, whatever. How have I mitigated that? How have I dealt with that? I'm been such an enthusiast for so many years that anywhere that I've moved to, I've always looked at it and said, is there going to be room for this? And if not, and I need to make room for this, where am I going to set up? Am I going to have a backyard area when the weather's nice? Living in Ohio, it snows and rains. It's cold a lot of the year. But am I, is there a dry basement, or is there a garage? Can I throw a heater out there with some extra lighting? Any such thing. That's something, some folks, they don't quite look at, but once they really get into it, it can become a cost.
Have you ever? Sorry, go on. Oh, were you done or? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were going to say more. So, have you ever rented out a library or a community center room or something like that? I've never done that. Never needed to, but I know people who have, that they would pay $20 or $40 or whatever happened to be for a weekend or a Friday night or something in order to play.
I've been blessed. I have not needed to do that. God bless those who have and could. That's awesome. Keep it alive. Keep it going, folks. But I've been blessed. I haven't needed to.
Okay.
I've been to and younger. Space doesn't really seem. Ooh, so what? We're all going to huddle around this little coffee table and have fun, which we would as adults, really. If it was a good jam and amongst good friends, we really wouldn't care. But being, older, fatter, I'm talking about me.
Stop talking about me.
We, adults, we like a little more room for these, a little
well,
more.
Also the joints don't bend like they used to,
No, it's always weird though. There are different sizes and lengths, but they end up even. But anyways, I've been blessed. No, I have not.
Okay. Well, let's bring this back to specific to gaming materials just for a moment here. How do you handle the financial differences among the gaming groups? So let's say, just for the sake of argument, you're the one with the money, or maybe your buddy's the one with the money, and you're the one that never can have dice or the book to the game. I know nowadays with PDFs it's a lot easier because people just steal them and send them to their friends. But
they sail the seas.
What's that?
They sail the seas.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But how do you handle the financial differences among the gaming group members, especially with one participant can't afford the same resources as others?
Well, again, I've been blessed. I'm not I'm not wealthy, but my job pays me all right. So in the past, for many years, if I had a game like, hey guys, we're going to play X edition of Y game, and there was 4 people, 3 people, 5, however many that was really interested in it, I'd make sure there was enough PHs to pass around the table.
Okay.
That was me. Dice, I have a big, them little, well, not little, the big cheese ball party mix plastic container. It just full of odd dice. You need some dice, grab some out of here and play. You want to take some, happy unbirthday. You want to leave them, you leave them.
Somebody's got some money burning a hole in his pocket, so I have to interrupt you. Bane, for another $50, I'll drink this one up during segment 2. Thank you again, Bane. He says, sing some Reich. Well, how about this? This is what I'll do for you. I'm not going to interrupt the stream to do that. Or, I'm sorry, I'm not going to interrupt the video portion of the stream. When we go later on into segment 5, after this video portion is done, I will hopefully not get divorced, and I will sing a little bit of Queensrÿche. But I promise this, anybody who's on Bear does not get to be on the live stream. Sorry, Bear. No after show for you, buddy. Because I'm not going to sit here and hear the crap that you have to say about that. Because I already know I sound like 2 cats fornicating. That's the word we're going to use. No, but I just don't like being judged by people. There you go. That's what I will gift that to you after this video portion is over. But before then, I'm going to let Squirrel Hermit here finish up what he was saying. And then before we move on to Zonalar, I will pour another shot glass, and yes, I'll give you that at that time.
There you go. Yeah, I've been blessed. Now, there's one fun thing I did do with some regular players I've had over the years. I have the dice bag of shame.
Are those the ones that rolled ones too many times?
No. I'd have to run and grab it. It's hilarious. It's a crocheted bag of. It looks like a man's. It's got the left side a little lower than the right side. It's the dice bag of shame, and all the dice in there they're clear dice, and they have a male part in them. So if they forgot their dice, which the running joke, there was no excuse for that, they had to use the dice of shame. But outside of that, no, there's never really no costs that were out of whack or anything for me. And again,
Gotcha.
I'm somewhat blessed.
Okay. Any questions, comments, and concerns for Squirrel Hermit? Uh-oh, what happened? Who did we lose?
You
The
you
setup
did
shifted.
something.
I don't know.
Oh my God! I know what happened. I know what happened.
I see this. I'm on two. All right, now I'm on.
Perfect.
All right, there we go.
I accidentally hit Control instead of Shift when I was typing something, and StreamYard was like, "Oh, you wanted me to command?" Like,
Gotcha.
no, I did not.
Yeah, I do have a question for Squirrel Hermit.
Okay.
For the purchases for the games or the dice bag. So you have any purchases that you thought, oh, this is a good idea, and then you used it and realized, oh, what a waste of money. Why did I buy that?
Yeah, like
Any
with
purchase regrets?
no, there has been, but in all honesty, for me though, it was in good fun, and you can put that stuff up on eBay. You can kind of recoup the cost, and a lot of the books that I have that I'm clearing the shelves per se. Max will know. I've gained enough insight and inspiration from them, and I know they're not really going to see the table in any meaningful purpose per se. That hopefully, whoever grabs them up, it's going to be for further inspiration, further insight, and this list, it's for fellow enthusiasts. I'm blessed. Here you go. God bless.
That was some of my rationale behind the Here Have Max's Crap giveaway. Is I don't really want to fill up my shelves anymore. I'd like to get some of the stuff off the shelves. So I went through and I just found the books that I have no need for. I mean, I could have gotten rid of a lot more, but I can still see a potential need for them. But there were some that is just like, there's no chance of me playing this game. There's no chance of me referencing this book for something I might. There's just no reason this book needs to sit here. Why don't I give it to somebody else who can?
Exactly.
Enjoy it.
You already took notes. You made house rules of it. You've got your inspiration, your insight, and time to pass it on to a fellow enthusiast that would hopefully get something out of it. I mean, listen, I've said this to Zadarok, the old ball and chain, the old lady, the wife. Zadarok, it's if the rich folks can pass money around like a pool, why can't us poor folks do it too? It's a rough analogy, but I mean, come on,
I mean, in our case, it might not be money, but it's
a rough analogy,
which is something you can use. It's absolutely. Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, in a way, Zolinar, there's been some purchases that that weren't like, oh wow, we're gonna play this for years. It only been a couple months. It's like, we had our fun. Put it on the shelf. I'd thumb through it, maybe get a house rule or try something else, and incorporate it into a game at the table. and then after a while, it's like, this isn't really going to see the table ever again. eBay it, gift it. Why not?
Yeah. Now, Max brought up something good with your question, your follow up for Squirrel Hermit rental. Some gaming stores do have a fee to rent out rooms if you want to game at them.
Yeah, I have a problem with that. Well, so I actually have a note on here to talk about that. So that's good. So I'm going to interrupt on this one. The reason why I have a problem with that is most of the time the gaming store or the owner or the whatever is playing. If the store owner is like, look, I got to go home to my wife, and if an employee wants to run this or whatever and do it on his own time, that's his business. I don't like the idea of paying for that space. And the reason I say that is because the vast majority of gaming stores I ever played at never required that. Either they were playing in the games or they recognized this is a great place for gamers to be. Maybe because it was the 80s and 90s and, gamers were more bullied or something then. But nowadays, I keep hearing about that. It's like, well, yeah, I have to pay $50 a night or whatever in order to stay. Dude, I will find a place to be. Like, I am not paying that to play a game.
Wow.
That is interesting. It makes me think of a couple of times we've met up. We actually rented like the church room on a Saturday night because nobody's there on a Saturday. They come on Sunday. So we could just like hang around there for the evening. He just has to make sure that, everything is cleaned up afterward.
Yeah.
And that like nobody destroyed anything, but you can still sit down and play. Have the room by yourself and play your own music.
And that's a good idea, though. A youth center or church or something like that.
Yeah.
A lot of them are.
I can see paying there, like a youth center, because you're competing against people that want to practice band, somebody that wants to do homework, somebody that's just trying to get away from his parents. You're competing at a gaming store. That's kind of like your thing, dude. Like, why are you billing people for staying there? You're basically getting sales out of this not from everybody necessarily, but I don't know. Again, maybe it's because I did this in the 80s and 90s, and maybe the modern world is a little different on that one, but I just find that odd to me.
I've got one store in my area that I know doesn't charge and one that might. So I think it all depends. I think it depends on their business.
Yeah,
If you get enough business at there, it's like, okay, these rooms we can just have for the gaming, that people can come in and game. Okay. And that's one thing I noticed. It's always rooms. It's not like if you have tables for card players or wargaming, usually that's just take it and run with it. It's when they actually have rooms dedicated that, you can close the door, you can have your privacy.
I got you.
I would like to add, I can also imagine if you have a gaming store in the first place, it's a pretty large city that, people come here and they buy some games to play with. So having a whole extra room that is not dedicated for selling your games might be a cost for the company that's for the game store that's trying to stay afloat. So,
that's fair. The two major places that I played in terms of at a gaming store was the Source Comic and Games in Minnesota, and at 3 different locations, and War Games West in Albuquerque. And both of those had dedicated play areas. Like with War Games West, it was the back room. They sold everything on the main floor, and then they had like the back room, which probably was supposed to be used for offices or something, but they just opened it up, and that's where people played. And then at the Source, it was literally while you were walking around, you just kind of faded into the gaming area. Like you'd hear people playing games while you were shopping. And so maybe that's why the point that you were making, Sandra, maybe that's why at those places it was free. But I just personally, I will never pay for a space to play the game. I just won't. I'll either do it at my house or somebody else's house on the freaking road in my backyard. I don't care, but I'm not paying for the space to play a game.
We used to play games in a chicken coop, literally.
Yeah.
Wow. I hung out on a poultry farm when I was a kid. It's the best I can do.
Well, there weren't chickens in the coop. It was an old chicken coop, but yeah,
Yep. In a shed in my friend's garage. Yep.
Mm.
Faith,
What's that?
I said
I was
base.
just going to go slide on over to Zonlar here, make sure he gets a chance to answer the question. So, Zonlar, we're going to hit you up with the primary question here, which is many players recognize that the price of rulebooks, dice, and miniatures can add up. But what hidden financial burdens have you encountered while engaging in tabletop RPGs, and how have those costs influenced the ways you approach the hobby?
Right, I got a couple one. The funny ones from chat: deodorant, a set of pants. You should have to show up to meet expectations. Like, oh, they're all buddies, but somebody invites his friend, and you don't know him, but you're gonna play together. Man, just make sure you got your shower done. You got the deo on. It's not that big of a deal. Just get it out of the way. It's much better than showing up and everybody looks at you funny. Like, man, I this is the next 5 hours of my life.
Or he needs to brush his teeth.
Yes. Because it's a bunch of talking and looking at each other. When you see that one guy with the spinach in his mouth, it's hilarious for a while. But
listen, I brush all 3 of my teeth. I resemble that remark.
Yeah, no, you do brush your teeth. That's good. I don't care if you brush your tooth. Please do
it. I get it. It was just funny.
Right. But yeah, I liked some of the other things, like with the books. I was thinking that in Germany, some book prices have to stay static. From what I recall, like talking to the store owner, because the prices are like always maxed out. Because trees were cut down to sell these books. So there's like some German law happening of they cannot reduce the books created in Germany, like the Dark Eye rule books, at a reduced price, because it's still the first sale. But we would have sales from the American imports sometimes that we could use an access to. Some of the hidden costs. I have like one of these. I assume you recognize the stamp card when you see it. Yeah, collect your stamp cards. You like playing games, and you buy from the same store because it's the one in your area. Ask them, man, can you do a stamp card system? Can you start collecting? Because 10% can add up real quick. Mm-hmm. At the very least, it means like once every 3 months, the pizza is for free, basically. It pays for itself.
Yeah, there you go. Like a little club, like a circuit of clubs or whatever. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. And a hidden cost, I find the devious ones being subscriptions. Because often meeting up can be difficult. So when I started playing Roll20, it got really trendy. So, man, paying for a yearly Roll20 subscription, that can get into the purse real quick if you want to be a dedicated player. And I've just outsourced that and asked my players, hey guys, I know I'm running this campaign, so I actually bought this specific campaign for Roll20. Would you guys help me out with the subscription part? Because I plan to run it for like at least 8 sessions, before I inevitably burn out and everything. But I've got to give it my best to help pool some money, get a subscription for the Game Master. Most of the time me, but and level it out a little bit. Subscriptions, D&D Beyond, Roll20, and other services, even StreamYard, if you want to do it on YouTube. That which had a price hike in the last 3 months or something.
I talked about that a bit on the members only stream, and we can talk about that. I've been threatening to talk about that during segment 5 on a couple of live streams here, because I think some of that was blown out of proportion, and I fell for it as well. But yes, there was a price hike, but it's not what people thought it was.
Yeah, when I checked last month, because I was doing a few more shows about role-playing, to make it easier to host the shows, I looked at the prices. How much is it if I just do 1 month? And the monthly price was like $45, and the reduced price is when I do the yearly plan. Mm-hmm. So that was like, okay, I just have to figure it out for myself until I see myself actually doing something for more than 3 months.
No, that makes sense. I mean, if you want to play around with stuff, you can always use like Zoom and then OBS,
Yeah.
but that requires you to learn how to use OBS. So there's a new one
Absolutely.
out there. I forget the name of it, but I can't. If I remember it, I'll send you a message about it. It's like a competitor to OBS, and I've actually tested it out, and it is crazy simple for a lot of the cool things that people want to do. I don't know if you necessarily need that for an online game, but it's in. I have a bunch of note cards on my desk here. It's on one of them. I can send you what that is. Maybe you can, you or anybody else
Yeah.
can just look into that. I'm actually glad you brought this into the VTT area, because I was getting a little nervous that we were talking about gas, which is important. These are definitely things that people don't think about, the gas, the getting of the room, and so on and so forth. But yeah, VTTs, especially in this modern era, are something that even Foundry, even if you do that one-time cost for Foundry, it still costs money. And if you're not getting your monies out of it, you just kind of wasted that. And let's be honest, a lot of us gamer nerds don't have much money. So spending $50 or whatever it happens to be, to one person might be, whatever, dude, I can drop $50 for everybody. Well, the other person's like, that's meals, that's food for me.
Yeah.
It's
That's
definitely
the thing.
something to consider.
Yep, that's a sting
Yeah.
to the wallet for a lot of folks, really.
Mhm.
It really is.
I would like to add the cheapest tools that I've never purchased is OBS and Discord voice chat. I've run so many games just using Discord,
Mhm.
put on the video, and then using OBS, cut it all together. Now it means I need to learn those skills of how I use the editor and everything. But OBS is for me to make it a cool show to watch. I mean, just so people can see the faces. It's not that high production. But you can use Discord, just the video, so you can see each other playing the game,
Mhm.
which is like a core part of the social experience for me. Have you guys ever played without the video on?
Yes, I hate that.
Online?
Yeah, Fritz's game didn't have the video on, and it drove me crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Nope. I want to see everybody.
I gotta have video.
Yeah.
I mean, we're trying to at least this online thing get close, get a simulation. Hey, Malachi,
Yeah.
shut up. At least we're. I mean, we're as close as we can be being in the same room. That's the point
Yeah.
of this.
Yep. And then when you add being on the spectrum onto it, and you have to pick up the social cues, it's a lot easier when there's video.
There you
Yes.
go. Some people don't pick up on the social cues unless they see them. Unless there's something they can read. You got some avatar picture thing, and you can't see someone going when they're talking or whatever. You're like, oh, I misread that. I mean, it's almost like
absolutely.
the Bill Burr skit of no doesn't mean no. That was hilarious.
Don't stop.
No, stop. She was being, but you read it from a courtroom stenographer. She said, no, don't stop. No, stop. Like if you're not picking up on their social cues, you might as well not be in the room.
Yeah, I mean, professionally, I work in video conferencing, and that's one of the reasons for it. A lot of times, back in the old days, people be like, "Why don't you just use a phone?" Well, because in video conferencing, even in the old days when it was like really low resolution, 4:3 screens and so forth, you could still see the body language of the person you're talking to, and it will never be as good as being directly right next to the person, but it's still 100 times better than just trying to get over the phone, because you can't see the guy rolling his eyes over the phone. Well, yes, sir, we'll do that.
Yeah.
So, I agree with you on that. Question for all of you. Well, actually, anything that you guys have for Zonalar first?
No, only that I can't properly pronounce it in German, but the Dark Eye. It's a pretty cool game. I bought a ton of the books, loved it, had fun with it.
That's good to know.
I lived in
for me, as I'm Swiss, so I look at the Dark Eye and I see, oh, it's the German gaming culture basically, and I am infiltrating it, like getting into the groups, getting in with the boys and playing some of it, and realizing, oh, I need to basically download all of their tradition over 20 years before I get like the authentic experience.
Yeah,
so,
but
so I end up sitting there criticizing the little rule points and like, why does this work this way? This is so weird. They're like, dude, that's how it is, man. What's the problem?
Yep. Well, it's like, I mean, almost like Thaco, you know.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's not start that discussion. Go Thaco.
You have a squirrel here.
Oh no,
I can
it's in my
decide
head.
which way to
It's in my
cross
head.
the road.
Go ahead, Malachi.
I was gonna say, Max, I can hear you in my head now. There you go.
Thaco minus die roll equals armor class hit. You know what's funny is I forgot about that for years until somebody brought that up a couple years ago, and then since then, ever since, it just, if I hear Thaco, it goes off in my head as well. I'm like, oh, that's right, I did say that. Anyway, let's. I got a question for all of you. Do you think that publishers or community creators have a responsibility, for lack of a better term, to keep the hobby financially accessible? And what changes would you like to see? And I don't care who starts. Just this is a question for all of you. Like, for example, Palladium really does its hardest to keep the prices down, even if it is going to be raising prices.
That's why I buy their shit every time.
Yeah, Troll Lord's.
I mean,
go ahead. I'm sorry, Squirrel.
It's based on character, so to speak. You can tell, you can see, even games that have been around for a long time, you can kind of see the arc, especially if you've been, participating in this hobby for many, 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 many years. You can see that the bell curve, that arc of, ooh, money, 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 and like, come on, man. I mean, I don't blame you, but I blame you. Like, really, dudes, you know this isn't like a club of Ferrari enthusiasts here. We're looking at limited costs. We're looking at, did you even come from this hobby? Did you even, like, what? Come on, man. So there are certain companies that, when they put out a product and I enjoy it, I'll buy it. Even if there's a very select 2 companies that they put out a product, I know it may never seem the light of day at the table. I'll read it. I'll gain inspiration and insight from it and enjoyment. I'll still buy it. That's my support.
So got another super chat. Bane, thank you very much. Bane says, I had a great past year and finally able to do what I please. You know what? I miss those days. I used to actually be, when I lived in Germany, as a matter of fact, I lived in Germany for 11 years. I'm like the one guy who didn't play the Dark Eye, I feel like now. I had money. I come here to one of the poorest states in the Union, and somehow I don't have money like I used to. Anyway, it's just a matter of timing. Yeah. But no, so I appreciate that, Bane. It says, and what I please is seeing this community thrive. Well, thank you very much for that. That actually means more to me than the $99.99 is the fact that, let's look today. I have 2 new people who haven't been on the show before. I mean, technically, Squirrel Hermit and I have talked in the past. He's been on the occasional rando stream or whatever, but I'm talking this format. I got Squirrel Hermit on, never met Zonalar before. Boom, he's on the show. We are growing. We're growing as panelists. We're growing as viewers and so forth out there. That means more to me than anything else. And then he finishes up by saying, call Brett and make him drink. You know what? The thing is, you don't have to pay $99.99 to get him to drink. He's probably already drinking and you don't know it. I think he's getting ready for either his birthday or anniversary or something. So I don't even know if he's around. He's not going to be on the stream on Sunday. I know that. So he's probably off doing other things right now. But Bane, thank you. I already have one in tow waiting for you. I'm going to do in segment 2. I will put another one in there that I will drink to you in segment 3. So look at that. I'll do one per segment.
There you go. The chamber is getting
Yeah.
more and more. You know?
Chamber is full, but everybody, please, that super chat, if you guys can still see it in YouTube, has a little like button on there. It'd be awesome if you could all give him a thumbs up for that, because of the sport. Really do appreciate that.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. No, that's awesome.
We reward wanton spending here. So back to the question.
Yes, back to the question.
What?
About
Yeah, so do they have a responsibility to keep the hobby accessible, and what changes would you like to see?
I would like to say no, as a gut reaction, and I'm thinking of the whole from the perspective of supply and demand, right? If there's a demand for the games, then they should be supplied because people are willing to pay for it. So you basically gauge like, hey, what does your average dude, right, middle class or lower class dude can afford in terms of games? Because I can easily see that, hey, I don't have the money to spend like $50 on a video game every week, every month, or like 20 years ago, once a year. I will buy this one video game. That's all I'm gonna play. Sonic on Sega or something. And and so you put the prices out and see who bites. But it's weird because it's a luxury product, right? If you want to play a game, you could like buy the dice for $2 or even less, and roll those instead. Come up with your own game.
Yeah.
So they compete with do people want their product? So I want to say no. You don't have any responsibility to keep the price low, but if you do, you can build a loyal following of people that like your game, that want to come back and buy the next supplement, that like get invested into your novelization of the game, and like feed into your ecosystem of your IP that you've built up, which is what you see with the Dark Eye, right? They have their own ecosystem. Shadowrun, they have their own like personal brand, and Dungeons and Dragons. And if you have that, you can leverage this much easier, keep the price low, keep it accessible, but you have much more people invested in your IP, which you have full control over.
Yeah, I will say this. I'll chime in real quick, Zolinar and Malachi and Max. No, truly, I do agree with that. No, there is no inherent responsibility. Yet, as Zolinar was getting at, was okay. We know we can get this much, but why don't we get this much? Because these people will have this much more to put into. You're planting a seed that will grow and bear more fruit.
Yeah.
Well, there's a concept of it. Go ahead, Malachi.
I was going to say, yeah, I'm with the guys. I don't think there really is this like idea that there needs to be a drop in price or anything. I think a lot of the middle ground guys are really good price points, like Trollor Games. I don't think they are overpriced at all, and they're put in America. I think what helps there is the fact that they print their own soft cover books. They actually have a printing press to do all that and cut everything. I think seeing what people are doing on Kickstarter, where you can offer a discount when you back compared to if you were to buy it in store, I think that is a big help too. Especially if it's something that you're already familiar with. I mean, hell, Kelsey just hit 2 million on her new Shadow Dark.
Hey, God bless her.
Wow.
That was today.
Nice.
Yeah.
And that's awesome.
They're quality books, awesome art. I don't think they're overpriced for what you're getting.
Okay.
No, I don't. A lot of them aren't overpriced, but some people are hurting more than others. So
yeah,
in a way, you want to plant that seed. You can't. There's a limit with anything and everything. You outprice it. What are you doing? You're just shooting yourself in your own foot. You're just
Exactly.
alienating your customer base without getting political and blah blah blah. You're still alienating a fan base through money.
Yeah.
See, like Arcade Library, Troller Games, they're companies. They have to charge a certain amount because they're going to make a profit, even though they are privately owned.
Everyone's got to put a
But-
few shekels in their pocket, sure.
Where you can really see a good place is the third party stuff, where it's guys that are just like, you know what, I'm gonna put this out there, maybe get some extra money in my pocket. You can get some pretty good deals that way, especially if you want to keep it. Like, look at DM's Guild. I mean, some of the stuff is overpriced, but if you hunt around, you can probably find a solid deal.
Yeah.
There's
It's funny.
also,
You
like,
guys. I don't know. This isn't like the last stream. I actually did lose my train of thought on this one. I was gonna.
It's my fault.
Yeah, I was
No, it's because all
about-
the Shadow Dark chat going on.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Oh, the chat. Yeah, I'm not looking at. I don't.
Um,
I'm here to engage you, people.
Squirrel is committed, unlike me. I glance over all the time.
Honestly, if I were to be reading chat, I'd be doing this.
I know what I was going to say now. I kind of miss. I know some people do this in a different way. Like, I guess in the modern way, it'd be physical versus a PDF. Is I remember back in the day, like one of my friends who had money, we won't say how he got the money, but had money, he would always buy the hardcover book. While us poor people that worked at McDonald's making $2.85 an hour, I would buy the softcover black and white version of the book. I kind of miss things like that because let's be honest, at least in America, I don't know how it is in Europe, but at least in America, you got the people like, look at my book. I got the special edition book. Look at me, and it makes them feel good about themselves. Where, me, I'm like, I have black and white soft cover and it does exactly what I need it to do.
Functionality.
Like that.
There's function over form, absolutely, and you're right. It should still be more prevalent as it seems that it is now. Absolutely. Personally, I like hardcovers. I'm blessed. I can get a hardcover or something. But I'm not adverse to getting a soft cover black and white. I'm not adverse to. Heck, I used to get the PDFs and then go print them out because a buddy of mine worked at a certain place that had access to a printer and could print them out, and then I'd glue bind the damn things together and have my own little, book.
And I had friends that did literally the opposite. They took books, cut them up, and put them in 3-ring binders.
I had to do that.
Yeah.
So, sorry, go on.
No, but I'm not. There should be more. It seems that's fading to where.
Yeah, but that's, to be fair, all of those things cost in print runs, and so that can become expensive to have those different options like that, depending on the popularity of your game. So
Right. Yes. You have to reach like a certain size to be able to say, okay, I can offer more options now because I know my base is big enough that they can cover the cost.
So this segment's gone on pretty long, but I have one more question for you guys because I think it's important for the hobby. Are there any, I don't care if you've bought them, seen them, or want them, are there any costly accessories out there that you're like, wow, this is a hidden cost that could happen to anybody? Like silly things like, this didn't really cost me because it's cardboard, but get out of here. A dice tower.
I'm waiting on mine.
Or, well, this one's from Discami, from Bessem. But, like the people like the metal dice or something. Just can you think of accessories out there? Here we go. The one I get busted about busted on about is the cards and so forth that I get for the free league games, especially since I don't like cards. But are there any accessories out there that you're like, wow, this adds a price point that somebody might not be considering?
A gaming table.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
No, that
Depending
what?
on the table.
Totally optional, but absolutely, those things can be expensive.
I was thinking of that.
Yeah. That's a thing. We all look at it and be like, can I justify $2,000 on this ultra fancy table to play D&D with or whatever role-playing game you feel like playing? And then you can be like, well, I can also use it for poker, like it doesn't have to be role playing every time. It's finding
Or
that angle.
or can you justify renting all the tools and making your own table? Put in the
Can you
TV
make your own table?
in the table.
Oh yeah. Putting the projector above the table to beam down for the
Yeah.
battlefield.
Yeah. Oh,
Wait a
this is a good one right here. Go ahead, Squirrel.
I was just joking with Zolinar. Actually, I have a projector, but I got it. I ended up lucking out. It's kind of clunky. I got it off our good buddy, our good buddy Bald Bezos, and I had a coupon I didn't realize. Got it dirt cheap, and it actually works pretty nice. I put it up in the rafter, the floor joists of the basement, so it can project. It's Wi-Fi, whatever. So I can put something up on my phone, or bloop, blast a little terrain map, whatever you want. Picture, image. It's neat. It's fun. It wasn't that expensive, but as Zolinar's saying, if you're getting into the fancy deluxe stuff, yeah, that's a cost. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Timothy Frelly put a comment on here that I'll put on the screen because this reminded me. It's the second part of this. Just can't stop buying BattleTech minis. Well, it's funny because in the war game world, minis are more important than in the role-playing world. But
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of people buying, but I'm segmenting this intentionally because I'm an old BattleTech guy. Hell, my name's Max Liao. My online name is Max Liao, for Christ's sake. I'm a BattleTech guy. I still have, Brian Gaming with ADHD, upped my battle mech count by 50% when he painted and made 4 more for me. I had those same 8 mechs most of them going back to high school.
Nice.
We proxied the crap. I don't have 300 mechs. I played BattleTech and I would put the Battlemaster out there and say, that's a locust for this fight. Let's play. When I played with my friends, we'd proxy them. And so again, poor kid, very poor kid. You learned how to play with. We took pennies and drew arrows on them to say that's the front facing. Stuff like that. That's how we did it. Now, that's the wargamey side, which might blow people's minds only because, like, in war games, must paint in 3 colors and must have all that Warhammer nonsense, right? In the role-playing side, you can get by with that a little bit more, but the role-playing side has a bigger issue, and that's you don't know what monster you're using next week. So you have to have zombies and goblins and minotaurs and all this other stuff if you're using miniatures. That can be a crazy cost. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
No, you're right. And then if you don't feel like painting them, the other option is the blind boxes. Just why?
Yeah,
Sell like a load of pre-printed of the common monsters that you have in D&D.
Yeah, no, that's one thing I enjoyed. I had a great time with it. It actually kind of got me back heavily into gaming tabletop. Our RPG was when I kind of faded, and then 3rd edition come back in, and then 3.5, and then they had all those boxes of those minis, pre-painted plastic, whatever. And that, to me, at the time, getting back into it, learning new rules, all that, getting a group back together, I was like, you know what, frick it. This is actually, the cost for me ain't bad because I don't have the room or space to paint. I just don't, and I don't have the money, and I don't. So they kind of schnookered me back into the hobbies per se, so to speak. But I have no regrets because I wanted to come back anyway. So even if that didn't exist, but no, you're right. Like, why not have here's 12 trolls, here's 12 thugs, bandits, here's 12 infantry, here, whatever, for your generic fantasy RPG, or it could be your space, your future, 12 space warriors, 12 aliens, 12 whatever. Why not?
12 face huggers.
Yeah, it goes back to what Zolinar was saying. Like, well, you got to look at cost. Like, who's buying this stuff?
Yeah,
are we gonna pay to put this crap out and nobody's buying this crap, or are we gonna put this crap out and a lot of people are buying this crap? What kind of crap do we want to put? What kind of quality, all that. I'm just saying crap, but what kind of stuff do we want And it comes down to cost, bottom line.
Yeah.
Yet I still kind of harumph and say, well, but it's still kind of on you guys to, because you're planting a seed here.
Yep.
And this is a very niche thing. We act
Yep.
like it's the world. It's not NFL, kids. We know this. Nobody's making bajillions of dollars. But for us that are emotionally invested, next segment, you know, to us, it can be a little more near and dear, some of these ideas, opinions.
I would like to add a lot of these costs can be avoided and are not really needed. It's unexpected because you don't think about it, right? When you get into the hobby, you're like, let's get the rule books. I need some dice. I need I need some money for the pizza, whatever, you know. Let's share some snacks with each other. But when it comes down to it, how do I run a game? Now, maybe I buy an adventure path, and then they sell the adventure path with like this miniature set of like, here are the goblins that come with the adventure. It's like, okay, I got some goblins now, but I want to put them somewhere. So you buy a tile set to put up, and you end up doing paying for stuff because it creates this, oh my god, this beautiful table where everybody has fun while they play with me as I like guide them through this adventure. And you know, it's laughing, it's ruckus, and you sit there at the table and realize it's taking forever to set everything up. I need to paint the minis myself. It's taking up so much time. Instead of 4 hours at the table with the boys, it's more like 12 hours and learning how to paint on top of it.
I mean, some people love to do that, and I get that, but generally speaking, I agree with you on that. I'm much more theater of the mind, and
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, thank God for cardboard standees now instead of plastic minis. Get yourself a battle mat, one of the ones like Chesic has that you can just draw on.
Yeah,
but there are two things.
It's just a whiteboard.
Yeah, there's two things I got to bring up. Michael Connor earlier said about Savage Worlds requires decks of cards, a deck of cards, and the bennies. I mean, you can get over just about anything for bennies. I mean, even like glass beads that you put into a fish tank. Cards are pretty cheap, but they do offer specialty ones. You can, like I've got the Savage Rifts box set. It comes with its own bennies, and I bought when I backed.
Okay, you can use English. You can say the word benefits. We'll let you.
But when I backed the Titan Robotics Kickstarter, I got a deck of cards just for Savage Rifts. And then Daryl, he mentioned about 3D printers, and that is a whole other avenue.
Yep.
I have one. It was not cheap when I got it.
It's still not cheap, but they're better.
It has so many tangential hobbies attached to it.
Yes.
Where you can easily jump into a new hobby. Now you have two hobbies, and it doubles your expenses and your time use. So you have to choose wisely.
But the good thing about that, though, is there are a lot of awesome craftsmen out there that make everything from terrain to miniatures like the STL files to maps to whatever else. So if you're weak on something, you can find somebody out there that's created it. This segment has gone on crazy long, longer than it should have. But I think this is also the most important one for today. And so I'm actually going to, there's two things. One, there's a comment up here. Somebody mentioned something about specialty dice. I'm the opposite of many people. I love specialty dice. I really do. I love the Zachi dice. I love the Free League dice. But there's a caveat to that. Now, you might argue that Zachi isn't the same in this, but I don't care. Is that you have to be able to mimic it with real dice if you don't have them.
Yeah.
I don't like specialty dice where it only works with those specialty dice and you have to buy them.
Free League.
Agreed.
Or Final.
Yeah, Fantasy Flight. The Genesis system, Fantasy Flight is an example of that. Yeah, I love the Free League dice. They just make it easier. However, if you don't want to buy them, you just use some D6s and you call it a day. But that's definitely a personal flavor thing, and that is definitely something. If you look at my dice boxes behind me, I have tons of specialty dice. That is definitely another cost that was put on there. Needed cost? No. Cost that I incurred? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
some people started with mini thins and they end up on methamphetamine. I mean, it's all on. Well, you start off with caffeine, then you need the next level, and then the next level, and then the next level. So yeah,
then you
dice
start
goblins
snorting
or
polyhedrons.
piece of candy, piece of candy, piece of candy, piece of candy. So yeah, I'm with you, Max. I'm guilty. There's some stuff I really don't need, but yet it was like, sure, why not?
So let me ask a final question here. Again, segment's way too long, blame me, but I just think that this is needed in the end. We've talked about these additional costs. You guys have talked a little bit about some suggestions out there, things that you've done to mitigate those costs, if not directly, definitely indirectly. So let me just ask you that question. Have you discovered, and we'll start with Malachi, just go across to make it nice, quick, and easy. Have you discovered any affordable substitutes for what would be traditionally expensive RPG gear that still achieves the desired effect at the table? I mean, you started talking about cards, Malachi. Anything else?
Well, I mean, my thing though, I think, is that just the cardstock minis. I mean, I think it's like $60 for the Pathfinder pawns. You can easily use them in almost any system, as long as it's fantasy. And there are how many monsters in that? And you're saving I'm a big proponent of speed paints. I have almost the entire line of speed paints from Army Painter. I think they are fantastic for getting your minis done and on the table in a gaming state. But if you don't want to spend all the money on the paints and the brushes and everything, the cardboard minis. I mean, if you are a fan of Rifts, go buy the ones that Pinnacle made for Savage Rifts. They are great for either version.
No, I agree, Malachi. Those standees, those cardboard, or even the clear plastic ones that are a little more fancy.
Yeah, I have some of those. Yeah,
I bought a bunch of them Pathfinder boxes with and they save space. You just throw them back in the box, take the stands off. They good representation, front and back. They're worth it if you want to have something on the table beyond theater of the mind. They're well worth it.
It's not just the money, it's also the space. It fits in the box and you can put it away. If you buy minis, now you need a glass, a whole, what's it called? Like a glass vitrine situation. Put them inside, show them off to all of your friends every time they come by. But then you just have to keep buying minis and you shove them somewhere into the wall. And hope
I'm not a miniature
player. Never see the light of day.
I tend to do things in abstract. Like I will do maps, but I do them in the abstract, whether it's on whiteboards or on like a Chessex board or whatever. But one of the things in my last game that I ran that worked, or last couple of games really, that I ran that worked out really well is everybody's got their own miniatures, right? They love their miniatures. Okay, bring in your miniatures. Yeah. My NPCs are going to be on standees. Your characters are going to be on miniatures. It actually made it helped them see the battlefield even quicker. Even though, again, I do it in the abstract. We don't count hexes and squares and so forth, but it still put it out there where they could see the abstract pop, 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 and make even faster decisions.
Yeah, I'm with you. I paint miniatures because I love painting them, but you don't need them for literal. It's just you're here, they're there, we're here, go.
Okay. All right, let's wrap up this segment here and get into segment 2. This was a really long, but for a long segment, I think this actually had a lot of good information. I really do, because there are those hidden costs, and we're just talking monetarily. We're going to move into things. In fact, the next one we're going to talk about, and this one is going to get a lot of people laughing about it until hopefully they actually hear the answers. The emotional and mental energy costs. That's what we're going to be talking about in the second segment. Oh, got to read some super chats before I do that. I read most of them because they were big ones. Again, thank you. So let's go back to the beginning. Bear, the Gen X GM member for 16 months. Thank you, Bear. Really appreciate that. And yes, I did see. I need to talk to you, Bear, about that the heroic character. Maybe tomorrow if you have time. If not, next week will work for me as well. I won't be able to do it tonight. If I'm on for the after show, it's going to be really, really quick. Bane, again, thank you for the $49.99, the $19, and like the $49.99 and the $99.99. dude, I don't even know what to say at this point. Thank you very much. It's all I've got, but I really, really, really appreciate that. Hungry Ewok spent $40 on Arby's dice. Tell me you weren't playing that stupid. Oh no, that's Wendy's. Never mind.
Oh my god, the Arby's dice. I've got cheese dice.
Yeah, cheese dice. All right, nice.
Yeah,
but
like
thank
cheese.
you, Hungry Ewok. And then Doc Flamingo for $5 says, some systems are more pricey than others. I thought about getting all the MERP books, but decided to collect Fabergé eggs instead to save money. Oh.
Well, yeah, if you're
Jokes on
digging
him.
deep on
Now
the-
he's donating to the channel
if
every
he's
week.
digging deep on the original MERP, yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't even looked. I don't even want to look. I mean, I think the 1E books are overpriced.
Usually collectibles are.
Jeez, I don't look
And yeah, I saw what Mystery Mac said. That was funny as well. I guess that's it for the super chats. Thank you everybody for that. All right. So yeah, let's end this segment with my. There we go. Oof, took forever for that to pop up. StreamYard is turning into Restream. All right, so do you want to join? If you or someone you know has presence and charisma, the ability to educate and entertain, a solid AV setup free from noise, and a passion for discussing tabletop RPGs, join the Game Master Insight Discord. The link is in the description. We want to meet you, learn about your interests, and maybe bring you on the show to share your experiences. And I gotta be honest, June is almost full at this point. Like, people are jumping in. We're getting new people. Some old friends, we'll say, are coming back. So we're getting a lot of full panels going on into the future here. But I also like people in backup in case somebody like Malachi gets sick, as he's done to me before.
That's only once.
Fair, but it's a perfect example of so it's always good to have a backup. So if there's something that's full but you're still interested in, please, we had a backup for today just in case, and I really do. I appreciate the backups as well. But if you enjoy this discussion, please like this video, subscribe to all of the panelist channels, which you can find in the description. All right, Squirrel Hermit, we're going to be starting with you for segment 2, and we're going to talk about the emotional and mental energy costs. And I'm telling you, when I put this out there for people to look at to decide if they want to be on this panel, I got my balls busted so much for this. So I hope that we can make this something serious but fun at the same time, so people can understand there are more than just monetary costs to tabletop RPG games. So, Squirrel, while many discuss the enjoyment and creative satisfaction of tabletop RPGs, what unforeseen emotional or mental stresses have you faced, and how have these challenges affected the way you participate in long-term campaigns or shorter adventures?
Well, someone can end up going down a mental, emotional rabbit hole of becoming overzealous in opinions of a certain play style, certain rules. You could end up alienating yourself or players, or even someone that might be interested in getting into the hobby. No, that game sucks, and here's why. When really, come on, man. We're going to sit at the table, throw them clickety-clack math rocks, and jam. So that's something some folks might not see coming when they get involved in this. And, sometimes you feel like all this time and effort I'm putting into this cool adventure, or, all this effort and this mental energy, emotional energy, and you kind of, someone could end up feeling a little unappreciated for their efforts.
Do you think that leads to GM burnout?
And that could,
Okay.
yes, that very well could. Probably a lot of times it does. And I'll say this is my third point on this. Watching others destroy your hobby, such as through business and political practices, WOTC.
Paizo,
Well,
evil hat.
I mean, we've been how long? Almost since the inception, and we're more emotionally invested in this. even though financially we're not, I don't really. I mean, you might be a little bit. You might be. I'm not. I have no skin in the game as far as money. I
Not
haven't
yet.
written or published anything. I don't. It's not like, oh, they're hurting my company or they're bad mouthing my product because of my beliefs. No, but it's still it stinks for me. It stinks personally. It's like, come on, guys. What are you doing, folks? Like, really?
Well, do you have so? Look, I'm not shying away. The only thing we really shy away from here right now is we just don't want to get overtly political about who you voted for and things like that.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't.
yeah.
You know.
No, I get that.
Outside of that, everything else is fair game. I'm not.
I'm voting for
So-
Germany.
You're voting for Germany? Just voting for the country?
Sure, why not?
All
If
right,
they let me.
Argentina.
Never mind. I was going to say something really wrong.
Oh,
About
I'm biting
the-
my tongue.
well, he'll get about the ATF party, but we'll leave it at that. But was I? How do I want to say this? Have you had an incident? Look, I'll just railroad the question because I have.
Come on.
You probably have heard about the incident that I had back in 2003 where I was kicked out of a gaming group for my perceived voting habits. Has anything like that happened at a table? It doesn't have to be about voting, but has anything like that happened where that emotional weirdness, whether it could be just because of character actions, it could be because of the type of food you like. Oh, you like pineapple on pizza? I'm not playing with this guy, whatever. I mean, there are different things that could cause that. But has anything like that emotional investment happen in your game, Squirrel? And before you answer, Bane, here's a drink number 2. Thank you again for all your super chats, sir. This drink is for you.
Yes and no. It wasn't necessarily gaming, but certain things got in the way of the table, and it fell apart. And it wasn't. Well, actually, yeah. The one incident I can recall. The one player, he was. Whenever we played and I was the DM, he had the propensity of, well, that's what my character did. It was an excuse to be a butthole. Blaming on,
Okay.
well, that's what my character would do. And we all knew it, and we kind of glossed it off. Well, he got a chance to run many games, and then I honestly was actually playing in character, and I wasn't using it as an excuse, but he perceived it as an excuse because that's what he always had done in the past.
Okay.
He kind of projected his and he really got upset, and I was like, dude, I was truly playing it. I wasn't this wasn't revenge or on the table or you or this is truly. So yeah, it can at times get muddied or befuddled.
Okay. All right. Anything you guys want to bring up for Squirrel Hermit related to the primary question there? Else I can move on to Zonalar.
Well, I find it very relatable that the mixing of you have this player at the table that uses basically it's an excuse, right? Oh, this is what my character would do. So I'm gonna do all of these actions that sabotage the party and get us all into trouble for his personal like what we would call shits and giggles, right? Oh yeah, this is fun for me. So I'm not really worried about how the others feel at the table. But as soon as the table turns and they perceive that the other player is acting, you're acting in character, but he takes it as a personal slight. That's all too common for what I would call the lack like a low trust gaming table. You want to build the high trust gaming table of, hey, we can play the game together, but I want to know you first, basically. I want to sniff you out a bit. Join in for one shot, expectations are low. We get to know each other. I get to see how you role play, how you play the game, how you talk to me, how you smell in the house, all of the little details, like can we smell each other, not get at each other's throat after 6 hours of gaming or whatever. So we can, if you want to meet up again, set expectations low at the start and then raise them. And you can sort out the people you want to hang around with and cut out those that abuse the situation for their personal, their personal gain, for their own shits and giggles.
Nope, I agree with that, Zolinar. I will say this. In my defense, well, this guy, he was a lifelong friend player, so we kind of tolerated it. We're like, that's just knucklehead being knucklehead, playing Sir Chucklehead. But when it flipped, oh boy, look out. And it was not intentional at all. It was just, and everyone else at the table agreed, but man, was it the vetting stage had already been done and over with, per se, because we knew each other for years. We grew up together. We fist fighted. We did this. We were like brothers. But man, and that to me just was like, dude, what really? Like, I don't know. It was odd for me. Threw a curveball at me.
If you don't mind me asking, approximate is good enough. How old were you with that situation?
Oh shit, this was probably 8 years ago. I was like in my 40s.
Okay. The reason why I ask is because a lot of what's been said, we absolutely did, and I would dare say, whether I want to admit it or not, we did it intentionally, even if we didn't think, hormones raising in high school, things like that. Like I look back at my high school days and I'm wondering how of playing Dungeons and Dragons and Palladium and so forth. And I wonder how I have any friends.
We were all dicks.
We were all dicks. Like, absolutely.
When we were playing this game as teenagers with one another, we were all assholes.
But I haven't seen that a lot.
You step on other people to rise higher, right?
Yeah. But I haven't seen that as much. Now, I'll use Squirrel. How much do you know about the thing that happened when I joined Fritz's game?
I watched a game or two when you guys were playing. I mean, I got where you were coming from doing what you were doing.
Okay.
And I get Fritz's point because he and I are buddies on the YouTubes. You know that we blab and whatnot. I get his point, and the players, I thought, for the most part, were getting a little overly silly about things.
Well, to be fair, I mean, I agree. I will actually defend them momentarily. One, I could have read the room better. This goes back to having cameras on, by the way. And number two, they were an established party. They had been playing for 60 some sessions, and then I pop in, and even though we had kind of worked it out, all of a sudden this throws a monkey wrench in their stuff. I can see why they reacted the way they reacted. We'll just leave it at that. But the reason I say that is, but it absolutely costs an emotional toll on that game. Whether because Fritz was debating whether to split into two, those players were like, do we want Max to come back?
Yep.
There's a lot of stuff, these kind of external things. Because remember, Zanwar, I think you said it earlier, and I love that you said this, even though it's still 2 hours shorter than I like. You said 6 hour sessions. Trying to get somebody even into a 6 hour session nowadays is like, hell no, I'm not doing that. But yeah, you're going to be spending 6-8 hours with these folks, and then you're not sure if you get along with them. That's absolutely can be emotionally taxing, for the lack of a better word. So, I was curious about that. Just things that the viewers watching out there, especially if you're playing with randos online or you're bringing somebody new into the group. Zonalar mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I'll dive into it even more. Vet those players.
Yeah, you got to vet. This day and age, new players, new people, new human beings. I don't care if it's a player at the table. You vet people to come into your home.
Yeah.
To come into your, you vet them. And again, here's the emotional thing. We take this as the world. It's a niche thing. It's a game. It's a hobby. Yet we're enthusiastic about it. So there is some emotional investment.
Well, it's time out. This is not a coincidence. We talk about Fritz, and look, good to see you, Fritz. I miss
Fritz,
you,
Dan.
man. I
We
miss
love you, man.
You got to get on one of these shows, dang it.
We love you, buddy.
Yeah.
We're here talking about you, you dirty, rotten, no good. No, we love you. We love you.
Get
He
in
knows- he
queue.
knows
I
we
had to
love
wait
you.
a
He
month
does.
to get here.
Well,
He
yeah,
does.
that is true.
We love him. He's here. I told him I'd be on. He says, I'll make a note of it. I was talking to him last night before. We were blabbing on one of his Bob Ross paint minis stream, you know.
I just don't have the time. I come home from work and I got other stuff to do. By the time I actually get the moment to sit down and look at his stream, I'm like, well, he's not streaming anymore. But anyway, back on topic here.
Yeah.
Let's actually bring the question over to Zonalar. Let's get him to answer this here, and then we can continue the discussion. So, Zonalar, while many discuss the enjoyment and creative satisfaction of tabletop RPGs, what unseen emotional or mental stresses have you faced, and how have these challenges affected the way you participate in long-term campaigns or short adventures?
I'm gonna start with the solution first. A lot of problems stem from mismatched expectations. You know, a player shows up at the table and says, I want to reach level 20. And he doesn't know this is a 100 session ordeal that's going to take 3 years. You know, he just shows up with this cool idea of a rags to riches story for his character and is like absolutely completely divorced from reality of what it actually takes to play out all of these games or what sacrifices you have to make to reach that. Like, let's say, okay, but you start level 10 then. We don't do 1 to 9 then because you end up doing a huge campaign that's like way out of the scope of anything you can prepare at session 0. Now, like personal, like mental and emotional stressors, I got a couple notes. For the mental one, I want to focus on this one real quick, since we talked on the emotional side first with Squirrel. I have something that I've, developed, you know, that I stole from somebody else and took into the role-playing scene that I call mental stack and bandwidth. The mental stressor of sitting at the table and calculating the dice of all of the modifiers that happen. It's raining, that's a +2 modifier. But he's prone, which gives me a +5 modifier. But I'm shooting the bow, so it's a -5 modifier. It's actually worse. Because if it was melee, it was better. But and you do all of this mental math in your head that takes up your bandwidth. And the bandwidth is what I say, that's how much you can pay attention at the moment, right? If you're paying attention on how to, do math with the dice, you're not paying attention of how do I roleplay this scene and like paint a cool scenery with my words that really gets the players engaged. And mental bandwidth can also be, my girlfriend broke up with me last Saturday and I'm still moping about it. Like 50% of all my mental bandwidth is just always falling back to that. And then ask me, hey, Solar, like what do you do on your turn? And I have to snap back like, caught on the spotlight, wasting 20 seconds of everybody, asking 2 rules questions, and then I actually do something.
No, I
go ahead.
Continue.
The mind stack would be, okay, I've played D&D for a while, or the Dark Guy for a while, or the Shadowrun especially, and I got my 10 sessions in. Now the mind stack is I no longer have to do the modifiers like on the fly. Like in the first session, it's complicated. Second session, I learned the basics. In the third session, I should know my character pretty well. And I save it in the metal stack. Like I can put it on top of each other. I learn the base role. I learn my character. I learn the situations. I know what weapons I have or abilities I have available. So when it's my turn, I snap my finger. All I focus is the role-playing part. Because that always changes on how I'm gonna paint a picture of like explain things, because we still sit around the table. That's for me the enjoyable part. And the mental stack is I know what the situation does. Okay, this is I get advantage. I use this ability. I roll all of my dice, and we get really quickly to what happens next.
Do you think that mental the mental pressure is more on the game master, the players, or both?
Mo,
Okay.
have you seen role-playing games on the internet? It's always on the game master.
Well, no. The reason why I asked it because you said something that I'm pretty adamant about that puts pressure on the player, and that's this:
Go ahead.
it's your responsibility to know your character.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes,
I
absolutely.
agree.
And I don't play around. It's like, well, hold on, I got to look up my spells. No, you don't. You should know what your spells do. It's one of the reasons why I really like slow leveling games is because it gives you the opportunity to play with your spells a little more before you just all of a sudden get more and more and more. But that doesn't
Yes.
mean that the player should know all the rules, but should know the core ones that are that he's responsible for. If you're a fighter and you know that positioning is going to be important for you, you should know that being on high ground is a +2, being behind somebody is +4, being blinded is -6, or whatever happens to be in your game. You should know those things. But as a game master, you also should know that. I mean, you need to know them as well to make sure the players aren't pulling one over the wool over your eyes, but also to keep the
Yes.
game going.
Yeah, that's a mental stress of you want to reduce the number of things you have to keep track of at every single time as low as possible. So what I do, we did like a one shot, like 3 games with Rick 28mm RPG, and we played the Cipher system, Numenera.
Mhm.
So I was completely new to that. We talked about it, how it works, but we don't ask questions about rules during the game with playing in 4D. So I just had the cheat sheet open on the second monitor while we're playing. So if I'm confused, I glance over real quick to see if I can find the rule. And if not, I just go back to the basics and do what we discussed, I rolled a d20 plus whatever.
Mhm.
I already forgot. I didn't remember much of the cipher system.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Conceptually, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
So I do actually have another follow up for you here. Well, that one was for Squirrel. I don't think I asked it though. Oops. So, how has the prospect of player dissatisfaction or criticism contributed to your stress levels, and how have you navigated it?
Yeah, I can get into that and the emotional side of the satisfaction of the players. For me, for the longest time, I will add. I think this is a recent change for me. For the longest time, but the player satisfaction was my satisfaction, and it was almost a bad relationship, almost like an abusive relationship of, hey, I'm happy if they're happy. If they're not happy, I'm miserable. They see I'm miserable, so it makes them unhappy. But also, if the player doesn't like something, he will show me that he's unhappy and make me all insecure and second guess myself to gain leverage and use in the game, like to gain a benefit. And I realized that when I was running a Curse of Strahd campaign, where one of the players, the power dynamics were a player has played a bunch of Pathfinder and a bunch of D&D, is a veteran for 10 years already. I'm the new guy who started a year ago. I go over to his house, 1 hour trip with the train. We use his house and his table to play my campaign with my books, but he has seniority and rules expertise and uses all of these rules to beat the game while I'm trying to create cool roleplay scenarios and completely unsure how to how to handle those adversarial gaming moments.
So that goes back to expectations, right?
Yes, absolutely. So to the point, like I was such a wreck. We had a couple of heart-to-heart talks of like, man, like this is too much for me. I don't know how to handle this. I've prepared, like I bought the tarot cards for running the game with, but I leave it open to the players of where they go. And in the game, you're supposed to like meet with the what are they called? The traveling people. I forget what they're called in the book. Exactly. Because you're supposed to get like a card reading. And I thought like this is the special thing of the game that I kind of want to show off. I bought the extra product, into literally monetary costs for me. And then the players decided we will not go there because I have no reason to. And I just sit here like I thought we had an understanding of running an adventure path, but I want to give you some freedom. So I do all of this prep and you waste it away. And what ended up happening is it got so bad, especially with battle encounters. An encounter where they turned into werewolves. They got bitten by werewolves, so I took their control away when the full moon rises. And they were really, really upset at me for using the rules as I've described it. Like, yeah, you can be werewolves, but it's gonna really suck on the full moon. But, other than that, you gain some benefits. They were giving me so much flack. I cold turkeyed, deleted them from my friends list, blocked their numbers, never went again. And my sister was playing at that table. So I had to explain to my sister why I'm never talking to them again.
Woof.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And I stopped GMing for a whole year after that. I was like, now I'm not gonna deal with this stress anymore. Like, yeah, fuck D&D. Nah, I'm not doing this.
Hey, Malachi and Squirrel Hermit. Actually, let's start with Malachi. Can you go ahead and can you mute for a second?
Sorry.
There's something
Hold
coming
on.
through, I guess.
Yeah, there's either somebody's breathing heavily into a microphone or you're echoing through one of them. So Malachi's muted. All right. So you said you quit game. Did you quit playing altogether or just quit game mastering for a year?
I think mostly quit game mastering for a year. Yes.
Okay.
I just could not. I was the pressure and the memories, like throwing around the word like traumatized is pretty. It's a bit cliche for me, but it was definitely like, oh my god, I'm not going through that again. But I did not. I failed to identify what my core problem was, which is like what I would call now mismatched expectations and being like unclear to like clear those up of like what I want out of the game and making sure that the players at my table realize that and are on board with it. Because nowadays, looking back, I can see, oh, he's in it for himself. He wants to enjoy the adventure. He wants to beat the game master. He wants to beat the game with all of the rules. I want to enjoy a cool story, create a cool story with the players at the table. And I need their input because I cannot force them where to go. I don't want to force them where to go.
Right.
It's up to them to build interesting characters, speaking character, and have cool moments with the NPCs and the story. That's where I gain a lot of enjoyment out of.
Okay. Do you guys have any questions, comments, concerns for Zonalar and what he said?
Go ahead, Malachi.
Just make sure you unmute first.
There was something, but I lost it.
Okay. No problem. We can address this in a little bit. How about this then? Let me ask you the question then, Malachi. Squirrel, just let me be very clear. Squirrel, did you have any follow up with him or no?
The one thing, Zolinar, I have been appreciating for the past couple of years, looking into the 4D approach or whatever, vetting, clear expectations, tone, setting, like where Saturday, tomorrow evening, a couple of longtime gamers / friends, we're getting together and we're beginning a conversation of what this new campaign is going to be, the tone, the setting, what kind of rules might fit the best, at least to start. Usually the games I run end up being a House Franken rule, home Steinbrew kind of game, a mashup. But if it works, we're having fun is ancillary and singularity. Yeah, no, duh. We're here to have fun. If we're, if it works and everything's going smoothly and fluidly within the expectations and the effort, let's do this.
Absolutely. Yeah. Good luck with that. Definitely. That's a struggle with my local friend group. So I've started 40 role playing last year with Rick, who got me into the first session, like gave me the baby steps to like now evolving my own style of how I'm using 4D at my table and running like an D&D game experiment to see if you can even 4D with the 5th edition rules. And I've struggled to bring a 4D to my local friend group to the point of I'm not playing with them for like good 12 months by now. Like we're still friends. Like I still see them as friends, but they live in the city. I live in the village, basically. It's an hour ride with the train and walking to get there, play a game. They want to play long games, 5 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, and then another hour travel home, which is, hey, this is like 9 hours for me. And including eating something and going to sleep and walking home at night while it's cold. So I'm not committed to that if what they want to play is beating an encounter and solving a puzzle like it's an IT program, because some of them, they're like IT programmers. They think very analytically, but struggle role-playing whatsoever. On top of being German, so they don't just struggle role-playing, they also have a complete deadpan approach to everything they do. It just cracks me up every time because it's so funny to me.
As somebody who played with Germans, yep.
Yes.
And let's be honest, German jokes are not the same as American jokes. What we think is funny, they think is rude. What they think is funny gets you shot.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
If I told you some of the jokes that they told me, I would be kicked off of YouTube and probably lose my job. Anyway,
it's like the thing in the movies. Hey, American movies has all of the guns and explosions, and bombs, people dying and eviscerated in a million ways. European movies, all of the sex, all of the boobs, all of the scenes you would never show on the big screen. It's different sensitivities.
Yeah. Yep. All right, let's head on over to Malachi here and ask him, go back to their question here and ask him, Malachi, while many discuss the enjoyment and creative satisfaction of tabletop RPGs, what unforeseen emotional or mental stresses have you faced, and how have these challenges affected the way you participate in long-term campaigns or shorter adventures?
I think for me, a lot of it for me is being on the spectrum. I have a very high functioning autism, and it can affect how I deal with anxiety and stress. And online games can be tough for me, and I really can't say how to fix that just yet because I haven't figured that out for myself. I mean, I'm trying to get better with the Codex Albana game. But when I have run games before, I've always felt like I was never good enough to run games. And people just came back, would say, why don't you run the game? We really like when you run games. Good. Getting any kind of feedback from your players will help you as a GM if you are getting that stress and anxiety of whether or not you are bringing a good game to the table.
I think that's good no matter what. I think it's good. After my sessions, I still owe Bear an answer for the last Codex Albana session. Yeah, because I can think of two, not three. I've got two, not three, and I'm waiting for the third one to jog. I'm gonna have to watch it again or something. But I like to ask, hey, what did you guys like? What did you not like? What do you think you could have done it better? What direction do you want to see the game going? Doesn't mean I always listen to them. Well, I always listen. Doesn't mean I always conform to them. Because sometimes they might want something that's completely outside the scope of anything I'm even thinking about. And unlike the 4D guys, this is my game in my world. You're on my world, so we'll see how the world goes. But I do try to cater to what they want because we're all there to have fun. And if I'm intentionally going against what they want, Yeah, I'm not going to have players for a long time, right? So how Malachi? I don't know if Codex Urbana fits into this, but I'm sure sometime in your gaming career you've run into a situation like this. How have you
Okay.
handled the emotional impact of a campaign that did not meet the hopes or standards you initially set, either as a player or a game master?
Oh.
I mean, you just throw your arms up in the air and say, screw this, I'm taking my ball and going home? Do you try to conform? If you've talked it out, what are some things that you talked out that you compromised on? Do you say, suck it up, buttercup, this is my game, deal with it? I mean,
Well, I think for me, I can't remember ever experiencing something like that, but I think what I would try and do is come to a middle ground. You know, I mean, if I'm running the game or if I'm a player, I have my expectations, everybody else has theirs. Just try to come to some middle ground so we can at least keep playing and get enjoyment out of this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if we have any time invested or anything, I don't want to see anybody have wasted that energy or time. So I would want to try and keep it going, not just throw my hands and oh, screw this.
I want to bring it back, unless you guys have anything for Malachi. I want to bring it back to something somebody said earlier, but I'll see.
I want to add something.
Go ahead, please.
To the point of, you don't want it to feel like a waste of time, right? I think this is totally fine attitude to have, especially because I feel like nowadays a lot more people avoid conflict resolution altogether. Outside of the table, they see like, hey, I don't like this guy. Let me block him on Facebook and never talk to him again.
Yep.
Because he lives in another country, I don't have to worry about him. So we go through life and talk to 100 people, end up blocking 90 of them, and only like the 10 people who never disagree with us, and end up in a weird echo chamber where everything we say gets agreed with.
I was just going to say.
And as soon as somebody disagrees, you shut them out again, which is such a bad habit for improving yourself. Like, just being able to say, no, I wouldn't do that. Be like, oh, why? And having this dialogue to talk back and forth, you improve, he improves, or at least your opinion that you feel strongly about. Now you have something that you can like lean against, like, oh yeah, that's right. I like the way I like to do things because of X, Y, and Z. Somebody talked with me about it. Now I have a better foundation of why I believe what I believe. Or why I like to do the things the way I like to do things.
Well, one of you guys was talking earlier about you've got friends you've had for a long time, but they probably wouldn't fit in your game. Yeah. I can tell you that I've got friends that I love to death. They will never be, and most of them are even gamers. They will not be in my game, like because they're not the right type of person for my game. But we get along even with our differences that we have in life, like you're saying, because we all understand this thing called decorum. We understand this thing yes. that how somebody should act in public, so to speak. And it's so weird because people think that everything they see about me on YouTube is how I act in public. There's some truth to that. I can be considered stubborn and toxic or caustic in how I talk, depending on the situation. But do you think I go to my boss at work and start screaming at him about whatever nonsense I might be screaming? No. Do you think I just go to my wife and say, "Yo, woman, get over," like, even though on here I kind of present, because it is, I don't have to see half the people, actually anybody ever in chat. Great, Bane, you gave me $99. Screw you, buddy. Ban, because it is that easy. And I think you're right about that. It's so easy for people just to take a lot of that social interaction for granted.
Yes. I'll jump in here real quick.
Please.
Keeping on this idea, these comments of this. I watched a show. It was from a fella YouTuber. What's his name? Tabletop Family.
Yeah, okay, I know the channel.
Yeah,
I
and he
know.
did a thing. The 12 rules of something or other. And one of the things, or 12 things he discovered, I can't remember. It was just fairly recent. And one of the things he said, which is a touchstone, and it goes along with this emotional, mental costs or whatever, getting together at the table, just fun, duh. But it's also, in a way, about building connections and relationships. It's a social game. We're social
Yep.
creatures. Like, and to ignore that aspect is, I mean, it's a bit of a disservice, or a bit of a slight to even the hobby in general. I mean, that's we're getting together. We're rolling dice. We're breaking bread. And no, this isn't a peace delegation. No, we're not having big political, religious, blah 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 debates. No, it's a game. We're having fun, but certain things do trickle in and bleed in, and
Mhm.
it's okay to get constructive, genuine, honest criticisms, input from everybody at the table. DM players alike. It's okay to go back and forth. No, not while you're playing the game. Damn it, we're here to play the game. But afterwards, have some afterthoughts. In between, say you have a weekly session. I would even suggest get in touch with one another once in between those sessions. And not only talk about the game, but hey, how's the wife? How's the girlfriend? How's the boyfriend? How's the cat? How's the dog? How's the goldfish? How's work? You know, and if you catch up on that, or you keep up on that, getting together, you won't you could minimize the catch up time before the game actually starts.
Sure. Now, I would
Yes.
say, just for me personally, you do that stuff before the game, during a break, or after the game. Not during
Yeah.
the game, please, but absolutely. So you're about my age. I think you might even be a little older, Squirrel Hermit. I'm not exactly sure, but do you remember growing up when families had like bridge night or spades night, whatever?
Yes.
They had, maybe they joined a softball team, or they had book club or Bible study or whatever it happened to be.
Yes.
Yeah, they were there for whatever that focus was, but at the same time they took time to know each other while they're playing bridge or cribbage or whatever. They're talking about the family, and they're talking about things that are going on. They're talking about their what's happened with their kids in school and so forth. We got to know each other. Even as a kid, I got to know adults that I never met again since I was like age 9, almost
Yes.
45 years ago. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, but it's that social, it's that community thing, and I think Zonlar was also talking about that a little bit. Except for he has to deal with
Yeah.
Germans, so there's really no socializing with Germans. There's drinking and oh, never mind.
It has been a real struggle with Germans, because I mean, I live in North Germany, so up here in the north they're even more standoffish, of like, either you're from the region or you're not. And you can
Oh,
see
that
it by the way
explains
they
a
talk
lot.
to people. Yeah.
My family is from northern Germany, and I actually have relatives that
Yeah.
are German there, and I tried to contact them. It's from a dumb little town called I can't even say it. It's like this long in words, but I'll actually talk to you about it, see if you can find the little town. Tell them, hey, why don't you talk to your American cousin? Anyway,
Yeah, they struggle a lot. It's just the way they grew up. I assume, like, the traditions, how people interact with each other. That's what they learn of. You don't give any information that was not asked for specifically. That's how you talk. The conversation goes, Moin, moin. Wie geht's? Gut. Ja. Gutes Gespräch. Tschüss. Talk over. That was like, oh my god, my heart feels lighter. I finally had human interactions again, and they enjoy the rest of the day. It's so weird to me. But
Yeah,
it's
that could be
true.
odd. Yeah, that could be odd. That's and for Zolinar, for us, you know, Americans, as we're a little more open, a little more relaxed with our Hey, how you doing? Oh man, that old lady of mine, blah blah blah. No, I just asked how you were doing. We can get into that, but that
Yeah.
still touches back on we're social creatures. If we weren't, we would have
Yes.
cannibalized ourselves into extinction eons ago. Like,
Squirrel,
and
I really wish you were a Minnesotan from the anytime before like the 1990s, because that whole Minnesota nice thing was a real thing. You'd
oh
walk down the street, somebody you didn't even know, hey there, how you doing? And somebody be like, oh, hey, Papa, oh, yeah, it's a great day. And, it's like you're saying, the wife, she just twisted her ankle. I'd be like, I don't know you. Where's all this coming from? But
Yes.
it was absolutely that Minnesota nice. You watch the movie Fargo, and I hate to say it that while they do exaggerate it, it's true. At least when I grew up in Minnesota in the 70s, 80s, and early 90s.
yeah, and I'm by no means a Minnesotan, but that's how I've always been. That's kind of how you were raised. I mean, you didn't blab, overgive your information, but hey, how you doing? Oh, I'm all right. Everything good? You sure? What's going on? I tell you what. Let me tell you a story real quick. The old lady, she forgot to make that tuna noodle casserole. Man, did that tick me off. But we had scrambled eggs and bacon and waffles for dinner, and it turned out all right. So how about you? I still do that even with complete strangers, and some people look at me like, is this guy insane? Probably, but at least I'm nice.
We also had the gossip granny, so it'd be like, "Oh, did you see that little strumpet over there, dude?" Like. But anyway, we'll stop with the whole Minnesota thing. Minnesota nice is just kind of grumpy compared to Southern hospitality. It's a little different. Minnesota nice isn't about oh my God, you've got to come over for a formal dinner. No, it'd be more like a flannel dinner. But just look up the Midwest goodbye. Just look it up, and I do it here a lot accidentally, but it's all true. I lived with it. Anyway,
I had a point.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I think I lost most of it, but basically,
Sorry.
playing somebody else, like being somebody else, drains you, and it's obviously when you role play, especially the way we do 40 role playing of, hey guys, we have 2 to 4 hours of staying in character completely. That is exhausting. But outside of the table with your friends, if you pretend to like them for 4 hours playing a role-playing game, even though they do stuff that you don't really appreciate, like he takes from your snacks, he takes your dice all the time. At the start, he asked, like a few months ago. Now he doesn't ask anymore. He just grabs them and assumes that you're okay with, even though you would like that, if he would ask every now and then.
Little courtesy, right?
Yeah, and he takes that just for granted. And you realize if you do that for long enough, for too many sessions, you're just gonna start to resent them. It's just a matter of time at this point. So try not to be somebody else. If you're like a complete if you're a butthead, sometimes you can look in the mirror and be like, well, okay, actually maybe I should change a little bit and conform a bit. But you also have to sit there and like the people you play with.
Yeah.
So when things come up, they have to be solved, or it just like exhausts you at the end of the day, or even worse, like for weeks on end, where you can't stop thinking about that one time. He did a thing, and you're gonna see him again next week, and you can't even stomach the idea of playing with him again. But you're logged into this campaign, so my character is central to the storyline. If I don't show up, I ruin everyone's fun. Yeah. I assume it's everybody can relate to that.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. There's a thing, again, growing up, there's a decorum, there's just a civility you have. If somebody does something that you just can't be around for whatever reason, like apparently some people couldn't be around me because they thought I voted for George Bush. Now, whether I did or not is nobody's business, but they thought I did. And so they couldn't be around me. I won't be around a blood for oil Republican is the term they used. Well, you know what? That's a decision you made, and if that's what's important to you, fine. Me, I can't be around people that I just can't be around people as they're eating and drinking. I just can't do it. Or if the person's got allergies and I was going, every 5 minutes, just I can't, But I don't blame that person. I just look at it as like that's where I can't be. I've got to go. But there are other things that people can do. Hey, can you stop cussing so much? We've got kids around here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I flipped a gasket. I was wrong. Somebody clipped that. I just said I was wrong. But in my 20s, I would have flipped out even more and been like, no, people cuss. You got to get it. The younger kids are to understand this crap happens in the world, and they should know what kids are allowed to say, what adults are allowed to say, blah, blah, blah. That was my retort back then. No, I've grown up since then. But if you're at somebody, especially if you're at somebody's house, you need to respect that person's house like it's his castle. Flip side, because of something you said earlier, you're still the game master and the game is yours. But everything else that's not related directly to the game, you're in somebody else's castle. You need to respect that. If he says take off your shoes, take off your shoes. I've actually had the opposite where they said keep your damn shoes on. We don't want stinky feet in the house. Okay, keep your shoes on. Whatever the rules are. There's the fridge, there's the soda. No, bring your own stuff because our fridge is for our kids. Whatever it happens to be. Follow the rules of where you are. You are not in charge of that. You are a guest.
Yep. Agreed. And it kind of goes, again, leaning towards what Zolinar's playing with new people he's had, doesn't know his whole life. For us, a lot of us, it's like, you know the rules. So you vet. And if the rules need to be reminded sometimes or expectations or whatever, even with lifelong friends, pull them aside after the game. And when I say pull them aside after the game, I mean, the next day or so, on the phone, or whatever. If you're coworkers, hey, buddy, listen, man, I love you. I'd take a bullet for you, but you're going to knock that shit off or I can't have it.
Yeah.
And
Squirrel, what you say that?
And if the feeling's mutual, if they understand, then they'll be like, all right, I got it. Whoops. Yep. No worries. And if, they're wiener heads, well, then you just say, hey, I'll still take a bullet for you, but not at the table with the dice, bro, because you ain't coming back to that game. You're not coming back to that environment.
What's up, Sonalar?
I like the last point better, so I'm just going to jump to that of, hey, you can be great friends, or you can be great work buddies, or you're a great dance partner, or I will always join you at a party, but I'm not going to roleplay with you because we have different expectations when it comes to the role-playing table. And being able to say that or receive that and not take it as a personal insult is the important part of that's what makes you adult. That's what makes you responsible.
Yeah, just because you're adults and friends doesn't mean you have to do everything together. We don't shower together, right? So maybe we'll hang out, we'll watch a movie together, but we're not going to sit at the table and play role-playing games together,
Yeah, our lives, as though we feel they do, and to an extent they sort of do. This isn't the only thing we do. This might be one of the only things we're very passionate about. But hey, you know what? I got a monthly session. A week before that, hey, let's all get together and just beer and pretzels and play euchre.
Yeah.
Let's pass around a video game controller. Hey, let's, play Yahtzee, or let's, we'll still get together and hang out, but for whatever reason it may be, the rules might not be a fit for you or me, or because I stepped out of a game years back. They really were still into 3.5 and 5e, and I was burnt out on it, didn't like it, and I says, guys, you know what? I love you, man, but I'm just not really having fun with this. We're all buddies, great DM, great story, but I'm going to end up sitting around here taking up space, being bored, distracting, blabbing, making jokes when there shouldn't be. I know I'm going to take away from the focus of what you guys are doing. Mm-hmm. So, hey, you do you, I'll do me. We'll get together. If we do something different, some different rules.
I'll see you Wednesday for bingo.
Yeah, exactly. Or something different, I'm in. I'm down.
Or you know
If
what? Hey, let's hang out and go fishing. Go ahead, Zon.
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to ask Malachi, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, did you have a situation where you played with a group, or you joined a group and you thought you're gonna play for a while, and you had to decide like, oh, this group isn't really for me. I'm not like vibing, and like breaking up or breaking away, saying like, you guys have fun. Did you ever had that moment with your groups?
Luckily, I have not. It's only ever really been particular individuals. Like
Mm-hmm.
back, this have been like it would have been after 2001 while I was running a 3-0-3-5 game. I was also in a 7C game. One of the players was a self-proclaimed a-hole, and proud of it. I was so glad when I didn't game with him anymore. So glad.
Yeah,
but that
committing, telling everybody that you're an asshole and you're proud of it doesn't make you a better person. It's like, it's not helping, even if you think it is.
Yeah, there was a time when people used to say that about me. I know everybody in chat's going, oh, what do you mean where's the time is so hard? But no, there used to be this thing where they'd be like, well, that's just Schlo being slow. That's my last name, by the way. So, they'd say that. Now, I wasn't crazy obnoxious. They weren't saying anything for that. They're saying it about some of the quips that I'd make or some of the, just the offhanded, I will just say off-color comments that I would make. And, they weren't sure if somebody would be offended by it. And I never cared if I offended somebody. I wasn't going out of my way to offend. I just didn't care if I did, if that makes sense. And I think there's a difference with that.
Big difference.
Yeah. So they'd just be like, that's just slow being slow. Well, somebody took exception. I'm like, no, if you have to say that that's just somebody being somebody, or that's just the way he is, maybe that person needs to adjust. Now, that isn't always true. But there's sometimes, we had this one guy, and I'm going to say something that might get me in trouble with YouTube, but I have to say this for the purposes of context. He used to, anytime you saw him in the hallway, this is when I was in the Air Force, he never said anything else. Didn't matter who you were. If you saw you walking down the hallway, hey, faggot, what's up? And he always said that. And finally, I just like, dude, can you at least one time not say that? Can you say like, hey, man, what's up? Or, hey, John, how you doing? Or whatever. It's like, you say it to everybody, and I know you mean it in just as a joke. And 99.9% of the time, I take this as a joke. But when you say it constantly, it starts to feel a little funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all you say. Again, I don't want to say it any more times because of YouTube, but you get the idea. Like, hey, F,
hey, loser, hey, loser, hey, loser, every time. Hey, loser, hey, loser, hey, loser.
But that wouldn't have bothered me. It was always that F word. And it's like, and by the way, that word doesn't bother me at all, except for when that's the only words that ever come out of your mouth.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, loser, yeah. After a while, I'm sure if all you heard out of his mouth was loser for however many years, you'd be like, dude, can you use anything else? Like, change it up a little.
Can you call me, hey, jerk, or something?
Yeah, a little personality here. Let's change it up.
Probably
like change the cassette tape. It's been the same thing since 1999.
Yeah,
and the fact you still have a cassette tape. Oh wait, actually, back then that was 1993. So yeah. So Mondo Hand for $20 says, you a-hole, Max, here's $20. Well, thank you very much. And you know what? You can call me a-hole all you want as long as you're paying. And by the way, I still owe Bane a third shot in the next segment. And unless there's anything you guys want to clear up and say, or finish up with that you think we left on the table for segment 2, this show is going crazy long. I think we need to get to segment 3, but I want to make sure you've said everything you need to say for segment 2.
Oh, good.
All right, sounds like they did. So segment 3 is going to be time commitment and scheduling challenges. By the way, I want to put this back up again because this is $20 is $20. Thank you, Mondo Hand. Seriously, I'm not a big channel. I don't get thousands of dollars a night. So the fact that Bane did $200 or something like that tonight, that's crazy. You've done 20. That's awesome. I can't thank you guys enough. You guys are awesome. So thank you, Mondo Hand. We're going to be talking about time commitments and scheduling challenges. So let's read some of the chat first. Let's go all the way back here to see. I read that one. Did we read this one? Some systems are more pricey than yeah. We read the MERP one, so
Yes.
that was from last segment. So Doc Flamingo had another one. He said, "I'd kick a player for putting pineapple on pizza." That's fair. I don't have to have it. I don't mind. Pineapple on pizza doesn't bother me, but I don't have to. It's not like, ooh, let's do this.
Yeah, it's whatever.
I just don't like vegetables on my pizza. No onions, no peppers. Ugh.
Whoa.
That's fine. No, hey, you know what? Then that's a great pizza for you, not for this guy.
You know,
Well,
pineapple on
for
pizza
anyone,
is
but not
like
for everyone.
what's it called? The minimum viable disagreement, you know? Like we can break all disagreements down to pineapple on pizza.
There you go.
Pizza Hut Supreme stuffed crust is my favorite.
That's good. I just can't say. Well, I don't like onions and peppers anyway, and then to cook them and put them on pizza, I don't like it. But I get that other people do, and I don't. I'm like, oh my god, you vegetables! I just won't eat it. That's what it means. I mean, mushrooms I can tolerate. I just don't like the idea of eating somebody's foot fungus. So,
Yeah, every now and
Mushrooms only
again,
on pizza.
every now and again, a local pizza shop, they'll know what I mean when I say I want a pepperoni pizza and drag it through the garden.
there you go. My stepdad used to say something similar to that. Reading Dave. Now, this wasn't a super chat, but I thought it was an interesting comment. He said, I played a game of Call of Cthulhu, and most of us hadn't tried it out. And the rules did not describe the damage an acetylene torch does to a zombie. We got into a huge argument. We put that game away. That is sad. Now, Reading Dave, I'm not saying you're sad. I'm saying the situation is sad. That is so sad that you guys couldn't come to some weird agreement on there, because no game that I can think of is going to have a rule for an acetylene torch. I'm sure there's one out there, but that you just couldn't come to some agreement that was okay. This goes back to, so we had Kevin Simbita and Sean Robertson from Palladium Books on last week talking about the idea that Palladium is meant to be used as a framework, and any game, Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinder, Bear's Heroic Game, Basic Experts, Atomic Punk, oh my God, was it 20? What year is he on now? 22, whatever year he's in.
Remember.
Yeah, he'll be here next week to talk about that. But whatever game you're talking about, it can't cover literally everything in the world. Somebody at some point, the game master, makes a ruling and you go with it. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't understand how that starts a fight like that.
We did back in the day when we were teenagers being jerks, you know, and part of it we were discovering and learning. The other part, you know, some of us, I'm sure, was like, and we get into those, you know, rules debates or whatnot. Yeah. I mean, anymore, come on. I've heard this analogy and I really like it. Okay. You know, when you're a kid, you go fishing, right? And you enjoy it. And then when you're an adult, you go fishing and you enjoy it. You're still fishing, but you're enjoying it at a different level, because kids play football, adults play football. Mm-hmm. You just approach the game, sport, however you want to say it, differently. You've your taste.
Well, and let's go one step further on that one. We have somebody who's Swiss on here. You said football. He's thinking a different game.
It doesn't matter though. It's still a game, football.
So
yeah,
I know. Play it.
We're thinking the America.
Yeah.
There are more broken bones involved in America.
No, but still, you approach the game differently. When you're younger, your bones are a little more rubbery, and you can recover. When you're an adult, you know, whatever it is. So, yeah, for a game, you know, when you're in your teens, 20s, something like that to happen, yeah, that's horrible. That sucks. But if you've had even a couple years experience, yeah, you should have been all right. A acetylene torch for that. Well, what's a torch damage do? All right, we'll use that. Let's go.
Well, yeah, but it's high intensity fire. It should be a lot more than that. I can't believe you're just giving me torch damage for you.
Well, then you're playing the game to win.
Yeah, I agree.
Being a munchkin. Yeah. You know, that'd be my response. Well, this might be a moment, but you might not be a good fit for what the rest of the table is trying to accomplish with this game, no matter the rules.
Yeah, and I've said this a couple of times about an old player, good friend of mine. He's still a friend to this day, but he works on lasers in real life. Like he works on MRI machines and other medical equipment. So he would ask questions like, what color is the laser? Is it chemical or light? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, it goes, it just says laser does a D6 damage. No, I need to know because I can block a chemical laser by doing blah. And I was like, oh my God. The thing is like, I get where he's coming from because, you know, I wouldn't say he wants to win at the game, but I mean, there's some of that, but he wants to put his knowledge out there and be like, oh, I can do something about this.
Right.
At some point though, it's just got to be a fucking game. I mean, a freaking game.
Yeah, well, but here's
got him, boys.
The thing with that fella would be, all right, well, for now, we'll just say it's whatever laser. All right, but you want your character to be able to do it with this kind of laser? Well, okay. Well, guess what? The XP38-9 laser rifle is a
disintegrator ray.
Yeah, and the X228 series and below are a light one. So now we can incorporate this house rule if everybody's cool with it. So your character gets to do something, and you kind of show your real world knowledge. So we're all getting along and moving forward.
Yep.
It's setting expectations. I'd like to go back because for me it's like the baseline that I filter all of my problems through nowadays. Hey, you want to use your cool knowledge from work into the game? I don't, because I don't know how to handle that as a game master. It's out of my field of expertise, and I really struggle to use your expertise into the game if I don't know, hey, we play a Star Wars game. The lasers are red when you shoot them, or they're green. And a red lightsaber means he's evil. You know, it's like a blue, yellow, green. They have a meanings of emotions of like... of what the Jedi is about, not about the chemical substance of whatever kyber crystal is installed. That's all the
synthetic
stuff,
kyber crystal, sir. Come on, get your nerd.
Yeah, has nothing to do with the game, though. It's
actually,
and push up my glasses until it breaks on my nose, Rich.
Yeah, actually.
All right, let's move on to the next one here. Doc Flamingo says, for Zonalar, when you say conflict resolution, what exactly are we talking about? Guns, knives? Need more info. This is when you're talking about social conflict resolution.
Oh, in Germany, we use pipe bombs to solve problems.
Well, he's part of the IRA now.
You're welcome, Max Leo. You're welcome.
All good, man. And then we already read Mondo Hands, but I'll say thank you again to Mondo Han and Doc Flamingo. Thank you for your multiple super chats today as well. You guys have been obviously we're gonna have a giveaway in segment 5 after the video portion's over. So thank you to everybody who's supporting the channel. Thanks for all the comments. Chat has been going great. Appreciate everybody that's there. We've got 60 some people watching. This is awesome. I hope you're enjoying the show. And let's get ready to get into our next segment here. Can't do that until there we go. So the charity Legion of Myth supports is the Wounded Warrior Project. Is a national nonpartisan organization whose mission is to honor and empower wounded warriors. Please refer to the video's description to the link to where you can make your hopefully tax-deductible donation. I've been saying this for the last couple of weeks. I'm going to say it again. We used to do really well with this charity. 2024 and 2025, we are not. I don't know why. People just stopped giving to the charity. So yeah, I've made a couple $100 tonight. That is absolutely fantastic. It'd be awesome if somebody could also donate to the charity and actually help some folks out. You know, obviously I can't make you, and I get it if it's something that, you know, you're not comfortable with. Now, nobody's comfortable with every single charity out there, but they really do help people out. And, you know, I do donate some of Legion of Myth's money to the charity, obviously. But yeah, all told here, it'd be really awesome if we could get some support for the Wounded Warrior Project. And with that, if you enjoy this discussion, please like this video and subscribe to all of the panelists' channels, which you can find in the description. Okay, we're going to move on to segment 3 here, which of course that means we start with Zonalar. We're going to be talking about time commitments and scheduling changes because, oh my God, is anything more frustrating? I know Bear suffers through this every month with our Codex Albana game, just trying to herd the cats to play once a month. This is crazy, right? So organizing a regular gaming schedule can be difficult, but have you encountered hidden time commitments that go beyond the sessions themselves? I mean, obviously as Game Master, that's really easy, right? And how have these demands shaped your approach to planning and participating in campaigns?
An easy one to knock out, which I've already mentioned, would be, hey, you're 1 hour car drive away, or for me, it's I need to go to the train station, which I walk to, get in there, hope the German trailway is actually useful for once and comes on time, which is a big problem, German specific problem. But I'm sure like the public network probably has some troubles in America for being such a big country.
We have public transportation? Where's that?
You do. I guess you have the Uber nowadays. Like, let the Uber solve all your problems. And you arrive. That's 1.5 hours of my life. Then we play 4 hours or 5 hours, and then I go home for 1.5 hours. The whole day is gone. So I don't have time to work, do some artwork, create a quest, or play some video games, or clean the dishes, do the laundry. I need to make sure I got everything I wanted done in the morning, even if it's just like be rested. Because after that, it's on a journey. Half of it is not playing the game, it's everything else. Yeah, that's the easy one. About like hidden time commitments, let's see what I got.
Well, here's one. Like, do you?
Yes.
So you said, well, you're playing in person. That's awesome. Do you have conversations between sessions? Let's just arbitrarily say, for the sake of you're playing every week, every other week, whatever. Do you use Discord or email or whatever to talk about something your character might do, or does somebody, if you're the game master, somebody say, hey, these are some things I kind of want to knock out that takes time out of your day to consider for like the next adventure?
This is definitely a reason why I'm really, really picky on when I play in person again, because I want it to be worth my while. So when we want to meet up to roleplay, I expect roleplay. My local friends struggle with that side of things because they want all of the social aspect still to happen at the table, and I don't have enough time for both of it, honestly. So I forgot the last part of your question.
Well, it's just it was just the idea. Is there any conversation between sessions? Yeah.
Yes, so I used to, right? And then I stopped, pretty much. That's the answer. Because I'm thinking as a game master, hey, I want to prepare the next session a bit, so I have something to offer. That would be my old attitude. I need to offer something as a game master. And I want to involve the players, so let me prod them a few questions about them, what they want to do, about the character, here's the situation. And I stopped doing that more and more because I realized it really started adding up on the prep time of, now instead of spending 1 hour preparing for a 4-hour session, I'm basically spending 6 hours, which includes communicating back and forth with the players. And sometimes they have questions and I have to follow up on it. And it's like completely unrelated about some family member of the character that has nothing to do with the campaign and is never going to show up. But suddenly, because he asked about it, now it's a thing I need to figure out and come up with a whole history. It's like, oh my God, I wish I didn't talk to him. It would have been easier to just set up at the table and figure it out on the spots. Like 15 minutes before we start playing or something like that.
Okay. Do you think that technology such as virtual tabletops or scheduling apps, do you think those generally reduce hidden time costs, or do you think they actually introduce new complexities?
To the time element, I'd have to think about this a little bit. I got a couple of notes on this. I would say that like the big problem for me is like spending all week thinking about the game is the biggest hidden time cost that I want to get rid of altogether. So I structure my game specifically. Hey guys, we play the game. We play the game first. And after the game, we talk about the game, how we like the game. Then I end the show. If it's for YouTube, I end the show.
Okay.
And after the show, we talk about everything else of how's wife, how's life, how's the cat, how's your garden hose, whatever comes up. We talk about everything else. So do apps help and virtual tabletop for time management? I would say not really. Sometimes a virtual tabletop can help a little bit with, oh man, I need to keep track of my 21 wizard spells. Luckily, I have it all typed into a virtual tabletop. So I have them like cards on a table, but on the monitor. And I can glance over real quick, get the answer quick. That helps. I can't, some app for calendar, never. I would write down the time, most often just in a Discord group. So I would use that technology. A Discord group is what I use most often. Sometimes it's a WhatsApp group, but most of the times not.
Oh God, yeah, Europe loves WhatsApp. Yep.
Yeah. So I use a link, a website called TimeSesh, and it automatically translated time for everybody based on the time they have on their computer. So I type in the link, and it recognizes what time their computer uses of like Eastern American, the Western side, or the European time zone, Germany or Bulgaria, wherever the players are from. It does it automatically. So I say, this is the time I'm aiming for. I have leeway 1 or 2 hours both ways. Does this work? If not, like give me what works in the leeway area. And that's
Screw that. Give them UTC or Zulu time and say you do the you do the conversion.
We're supposed to be nerds.
I just bookmarked the website so I never have to have this discussion again. One player actually said, "Oh, I didn't change the time zone. What was it? When summertime starts again, my computer does not update the time zone change." And I was like, I'm not saying the MF word, but I'm saying like, dude, how are you not updating this automatically? What's wrong with you? Then he said, oh, right, he lives in Brazil. Now I know what's wrong with him, so I don't have to worry about it anymore.
All right, do you guys have any questions or comments for Zanalar? Anything you want to follow up with what he was saying?
No, I
take questions, yeah.
Yeah, I think no, that was answered.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, yeah, I'll chime in.
All right. Well, I can easily I can ask Malachi the question, then we'll just keep this going on then.
Yeah.
I guess Zanalar is got all the words of wisdom today. So, all right. So Malachi, organizing a regular gaming schedule can be difficult, but have you encountered hidden time commitments that go beyond the sessions themselves, and how have these demands shaped your approach to planning and participating in campaigns?
Number one, I found has been a big time consumer for me in the past has been prep, which is part of the reason why I've gotten really into the zero prep as of late and really trying to get the handle on that and how that can make my life as a GM a lot easier. The other one is actually taking the time and sitting down and reading. A lot of us have stuff going on in our lives. Sometimes we just get distracted. The internet can be very bad about this. Thank you, social media. But one thing I've done, and I did this when I picked up the Dragonlance Chronicles, the new printing of it. I told myself, I'm reading so many pages a day. And I made sure to read so many pages a day. And I'm going to take that. I'm going to apply it to the gaming side of things. So there's so much stuff that I want to read that I own. Saying, hey, you're going to read this much today, this much tomorrow, and so on and so forth. And you're going to get this stuff read.
Okay.
Agreed. Modern technology, whatever it is, the way it's this internet Wi-Fi boom, our attention spans have gotten
Yeah,
and it's a shame. It's sad, and I agree, Malachi. There's times I'm just like I set goals, standards, whatever. I have this. I'm gonna focus a little. I'm gonna get a little more focus on this. I mean, part of it is, I mean, we're a bit older. I mean,
Yeah.
so we lose energy anyways, and we don't have that enthusiastic, fresh, new-eyed
Oh,
spirit when we were young, learning something new. We all still love to learn stuff, or we wouldn't be playing other rules, sets, systems, exploring things. But that focus has just gotten so we'll never get that back. Let's just say we'll never get that back. We could to a degree with discipline, but we'll never really get that back. So let's choose how we're going to focus and what we're going to focus on.
When I was younger, Squirrel Hermit, I would come home from school or from work when I first joined the Air Force, and I'd make 3 or 4 Dungeons and Dragons or TMNT characters or whatever. Or I would make random characters.
Oh yeah.
Now, if I took the time to make a character, it wasn't for me playing an actual game. I'm like, why did I just waste it? I got this to do. I've got that to do. I've got these other things to do.
Yeah.
What is this with this making characters stuff? But do you know how much I learned about games just by making characters?
That's part of rules mastery, dare I say it, at least rules understanding. I still roll up random characters, but I just, especially with the new rule set, something I'm trying to learn, I will roll a bevy of characters going through, just to get a general understanding, a better general understanding. And like Max, you were saying, well, I got this to do, this needs to say, hey, we said it. It's cliche as it is, but growing up sucks, man. There's so much shit we got to do.
Getting older sucks more.
Yeah, we didn't realize when we were younger, when we were idiots, going, man, I can't wait to grow up. No, you fucking just. You flipping moron. Stay as young as possible.
The funny thing is, you're right. I remember having those arguments with my mom. She'll be like, one day, look, you have to go to school right now. One day you're going to have a job and you have bills. And I'll be like, that sounds so much more fun. And then I got a job and bills. I'm like, no.
I got my money. I can go wherever I want. I can go to sleep when I want. I can do whatever I want. I want to be grown up. No, you don't.
The kid says, I hate school. Mom turns around, oh, you hate school? You're gonna hate your job. You're gonna hate the next 20 years of your life. Oh,
because that's not mom telling you gotta go to bed. It's you just going, if I don't go to bed now, I don't get paid tomorrow.
Yeah, you think you got it rough now? Pucker up, Buttercup, because it's gonna get a lot rougher.
So, Squirrel, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I was going on to the joke, but we can't skip the jokes.
Okay. Squirrel, if you have encountered scheduling roadblocks, I'm sure you have. How have you negotiated compromise that still keep the campaign alive?
The last couple of years, my scheduling, I've capitalized my time for more moolah. So good luck. I'm basically, I've put myself. I'm on call pretty much. Mm-hmm. So a session's supposed to happen Thursday. If I get a call Wednesday, time to mobilize. Guess what, guys? Or I get a call Tuesday, or it's not like I'm not an EMT or something. Shit, there's a fire. I can't.
He's flying to war. He's in the Ukraine.
Oh,
yeah, no, I'm
sorry.
not.
I thought you're on call for your players ready to answer all of the questions. They just have to call this number. It's your emergency. 3 a.m.
I used
How does
to
dexterity work in the systems? Like, okay, right, I got you.
No, but back in the day, I actually was that enthusiastic, passionate about it. And I used to be on call, but my work was different. Still same profession, but the scheduling was different. So as of late, yet here's a hidden cost. It's not a big financial blow, but yet this year, for certain, I'm making changes to afford a little bit more time for this hobby to get together with human beings and play this game. It's what I've always loved, felt passionate about, and I'm not miserable when I'm working. I don't hate my job. I've been doing it 30 years. But for me at this point, it's, you know what, man? If I say there's going to be this game date, come hell or high water, without losing work, I'm going to make this game date. I'm adjusting my work schedule as much as possible to get back into the swing of things. Like I don't, there's certain work I'm at a point in my life in my job, my career, that I can turn down work and I won't be fired for it.
Well, to make that to make this a little more poignant, I mean, just for the folks out there who might be our age or those who are even in their teens that might be watching, one of the things that you're going to find, it doesn't matter. Like for me, I was in high school. I still had to go to school. Yet, those weekends we might play for 48 hours straight and somebody wake you up when it's your turn or whatever, or sleep for an hour and then get back to the game. We did things like that. When I was in the Air Force, we knew our schedule. Sure, somebody might get deployed, but I knew my schedule. It's like a 9-to-5 job, for lack of a better term. So we knew we were playing every week. Why? Because nobody could just go anywhere because you had to take leave. You had to do all this other stuff. So we just played D&D. Now that I'm 50-something, I've worked in Kuwait, Germany, Japan, Illinois twice, technically Germany twice, Maryland, where the hell else have I been? Korea, like you get the idea. Alabama, now I've been back to Minnesota to work temporarily. I've been around. You have to get a new group. Every job has different requirements, like you're talking on call. You have to bake that in, and that is a stressor. Do I have the ability to do this? In my 30s, I didn't realize how much I squandered my time in the Air Force. I had to catch up professionally. So I spent a lot more time worrying about work and getting paid than I did about playing games. And I didn't play as many games then. That crap happens. And you as a player need to understand, even if you've got a 20-year campaign, you might need to understand that, you know what? Sometime life comes first. And that could cause a stressor if you really love the game, or you have to leave your group and have to find new group, et cetera. So you hear all what I'm saying in here. Yep. All of those things add up. I mean, we got Zonalize. He's taking a train for an hour to get to his group, plus walking, plus whatever. Yeah. I've never had to do that. The longest I've had to drive for a group was 25, 30 minutes. And that was annoying.
Yeah. about a half hour for me.
The train would be short, but I just have to take the train and then what's it called? The tram? Or whatever, the subway, if there's one. So like the overland subway, I have to take that one. And just have to wait until it arrives and then walk the rest. So if I had a car, I could break it down to 45 minutes, but I don't, so...
Yeah, but I mean, that's still, no matter how you look at, that's still a time commitment. And like you said, you're washing clothes, you've got a job, you've got things that we have responsibilities in life, and all that stuff takes up. Look, when somebody joins the bowling league and they play and they bowl every Wednesday night and they go practice on Sunday or whatever they're doing, they're giving up time. When you're in a softball league and you're playing on Mondays and Thursdays and then you're practicing on Saturdays and Tuesdays, you're still giving up time. But that is a stressor in all those lives. Who's taking care of the kids? Who's getting the housework done? Who's residing? Who's mowing the lawn? Whatever. All of that stuff comes into play and starts causing scheduling conflicts. One of the things, and the reason why I'm saying all this, because I wanted to actually point this, we're still technically on Malachi's question here, but I want to put this out there for you guys where, crap, I just lost how I wanted to ask it. Damn. There's a way I wanted to ask this about the time commitment. Crap, I should have wrote it down. Well, I just had all that build up for a question I can't ask now.
It's okay.
We'll let Malachi continue. Carry on, sir.
Yeah.
Well, Malachi, let me ask you the follow-up that I wanted to ask you directly, which was, how do you handle the need, because you talked about zero prep. How do you handle the need for backup plans or secondary adventure paths when unexpected player decisions require additional preparation time?
Ooh. I mean, if something comes up that I'm not ready for, I just go with the whole, let's take a bathroom. I need to take a bathroom break and really think about it quick.
What if it's between sessions? They ended somewhere that you were totally not like, wait a second, I might not have prepped the next session necessarily, but wow, this just took a left turn that I was not prepared for at all.
Well, I mean, if it's at the end of the session, that's the best time, because then I got until next session to figure something out, and I can at least
put
it in the back of my mind and think about it.
So how do you utilize that time then?
I mean, I think it all depends on how things are going in my life. Maybe worst case scenario, I might just go like, how hard is it to find, like using Dungeons and Dragons as an example, how hard is it to go find a map online and just throw something together in like 5-10 minutes and that's going to work? I mean, all you got to do is a little bit of searching, a little bit of thinking, and you can easily get a dungeon, a short, quick, easy dungeon, and maybe throw something in to get them back on track where you thought they were originally going to go.
Okay. Sorry, I'm writing my note down because I remember what I was going to ask now.
Yeah,
Okay.
Malachi,
Perfect.
I'm with you on that. That's one of my points. I'll jump ahead to is
Please.
yeah, sometimes less can be more. Letting go of overthinking and over planning.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
I don't want to call it like an absolute zero prep, but it's a near zero prep. And if you're all in the story, you're all moving things forward, everything's going smoothly. The minutia kind of, it's not the minutiae ancillary. It's okay. We're rolling the dice. The story's going for this player. Decide to do this player, and we're moving forward. And you don't have to. There's no need to focus on every little detail unless that's the type of game and the rules that facilitate that type of game. But
Do you guys not? I'm curious. Do you guys not think so like when I run games, even if I don't prep 2 weeks down the road, I have an idea of where they're heading or what I want to have happen. Now, this session might go slower than I thought, or it might go faster than I thought. That's one of the reasons why I think that far down. But let's use something just completely like that flips the script. They're on this campaign. And they're fighting the evil empire, and they've been stopping the evil empire here, and they've been stopping the evil empire there. And then they decide one day, screw this, why are we fighting them? Let's join them. All of a sudden, your campaign, like, what just happened here?
Well, that would be easy, I would say. That would be really easy. Because the way I approach my games now, I take your premise of, okay, I've set up a campaign. I want something longer term, right? Like we put this time aside. Like we've got a good group going that we can do weekly sessions with. So we're making steady progress. That stays. But the characters decide, you know what? Actually, they're not that evil. Let's try to join them. Or the characters realize, actually, all these cursed weapons are dope and powerful. I'm gonna join them and join the dark side and accept the cookies.
But what if they're not actually evil? You come to find out they're actually not evil. They just have a different philosophy of life or something. Yeah.
From a certain
it can
point
be
of
both
view.
ways.
Yeah.
So the way I would have it prepared, like this is technically because I'm horrible at preparing this. I think it's a weakness of mine. But I would think, well, evil empire that's doing all of the drama, right? That's destroying the order. They have factions. The factions have leaders. The leaders have personalities and goals. So I break it down. Okay, they're all pushing towards destroying the current order, like the uprising or the outlanders raging in, or the orc hordes destroying everything. They want to join now. All of the facts about the factions and the leaders stay the same of the players in the system. Now they're just going down a different road on how to approach the situation. So I'm because I didn't prep this epic scene I had in mind of how they're gonna slay evil McLord guy, dude. I don't have that scene that I have to throw away now because the players decided to go a different path.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. I think that sometimes people over prep, and I do believe that over prep is a thing. I respect people who prep, but one of the things I learned, and maybe you're different, is that if I prep something, I want to use it. So I prep concepts more than I do actual. Like I'll be like, they're gonna fight an ogre today. I'll use the quantum ogre. I don't care because at some point today I want them to fight an ogre. But it doesn't matter where that thing's going to be, right? But let's arbitrarily. But in terms of like the campaign, and by the way, I'm not arguing with you at all. I think what you were saying is spot on. I know that
How dare you not argue with me?
Sorry,
this is an entertainment show.
Right? Well, you know what? No, there's absolute truth to that. But the reason I'm not arguing with you is because I actually agree with you on that. Is for some people though that can bring the campaign. I've heard people literally. I mean, look, Heathen Dog's an example of this. No, you knew what the campaign was going to be. You don't get to change it like that. We're going to do and that's my expectation. Me, it might throw me off because I was kind of okay. They're going to do this, then I'm going to try to get them to go to the dungeon. Then I'm going to try to have them talk to the, again, try. I don't say they have to do these things. And then all of a sudden they join the Empire. It's like, wait, what? What just happened? I might have to pause momentarily just to be like, okay, who are their new contacts? Well, first of all, they just switched sides, so they're not going to be trusted by anybody. So let me think about how I want to have this happen. And then I won't dive into the whole thing, but you get the idea. Yeah, I might have to take a break. It's going to cost me a little bit more time throughout the week to set this up in my style a little better. But ultimately, because I didn't over prep it, I don't believe in the zero prep thing. It works for some people. I think that they want a different style of game than I do, though. Mm-hmm. But I think that zero prep or low prep lends towards something like that better. And then you let your players, again, I'm not 4D, but you let your players, they react to the world, but they just reacted in a way that even you as the game master, like, wow, that was weird, but okay. I like that kind of stuff.
It loops back to what we talked about at the start, what Squirrel Hermit talked about at the start of having a player at the table who would act like these weird ways and said, you justified it with, oh, this is what my character would do. That everybody sits there and be like, yeah, sure, your character. But if it's a 3D table, to use the terminology of 3D being like, I'm in character, I describe where I am, what I do, and what I say, and I keep my focus to look through the eyes of my character at what is around me, and you have your vices, you have your virtues, and you say, you know what, I feel like evil empire isn't that evil. Maybe there's been more propaganda happening than I was aware of. I'm gonna talk to them, maybe join the other side. And for me, it would be like, oh, that's cool. That's interesting. That's radical. Like, I didn't even think about that. I would get all excited. Like, I get goosebumps just thinking about it. Of what if my players do something cool at the table? I'd be all excited for that.
I like it when they do it as a group. I don't like it when it's one player trying to how do I say this? To alpha male the group, for lack of a better term.
Ah, yes.
That becomes like me. Yeah. Because that tends to cause more arguments. But I'm a firm believer in consequences. If you think that you're going to go to the and I always use very hyperbolic examples so that people out there can get the quick. If you're going to go to the king, be like, "Yo, king, dude, what's up, buddy? Give me 5." No. The armed guards, are not going to allow that. You've been disrespectful. That isn't how they do. Well, this is what my character would do. Well, guess what? Your character gets to go to the stockade. Good job.
Guess what the bodyguard is gonna do? Well, he pulls out his sword and swings for your hand. I roll a dice. Your hand is on the floor now.
Right.
Well, that's
BS, man. I was just being my character. How can But that's the thing. That's where the me being my character nonsense is absolutely wrong. Hey, let me get this question out to Squirrel so that he can answer, and then we'll continue the discussion on. By the way, I do remember the question I was going to ask earlier, and I will come back to that. But I want to make sure that Squirrel Hermit gets in here, gets to answer this the primary question. All right, Squirrel Hermit. Organizing a regular gaming schedule can be difficult, but have you encountered hidden time commitments that go beyond the sessions themselves, and how have these demands shaped your approach to planning and participating in campaigns?
I'm kind of with Malachi in a way. I mean, in the past several years, beyond work, what I said earlier, I'm becoming a less prep kind of approach. I have limited time even in between sessions, even if it was regularly, scheduled sessions. You prep, like you touched on, you prep all this, and then the players, for whatever reason, could be good, solid, legitimate in-game reasons, don't even go down the left hall of the dungeon and they're going forward or right. You got to have at least a concept. I'm not zero prep, near zero, less prep.
Yeah. And honestly, I think that's what they mean by zero prep most of the time, anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
You're going to have an outline. You're going to have something.
Well, no, they do a lot of roles and so forth, but you still have to prep the campaign a little bit. I mean, I'm not going to get hyper pedantic on the whole zero versus.
It's low to minimal prep.
Yeah, low to minimal prep. I think is a great way of saying it as well.
Min prep, min prep, and I've found, as Olinar said, there's been some times where those legitimate curveballs that the group has thrown at you, they are kind of exciting. They actually can make some really memorable moments and stories where you're flexing your chops. You're really, as a DM, you're on the spot. You're a roast improv, but it's a game, and you're not, you're just pop firing from the hip, and a lot of that that can make some memorable moments. And then when the game's over, the session's over, you can take a breather, you laugh about it, you talk about whatever, and yourself as the DM reflect on it and go, wow, this really, okay, ooh, wow, that is some real serious food for thought for the next session. Where are we going to go?
It's funny you say that, Squirrel Hermit, because that leads perfect. I tell some of the same stories, we'll call it, over and over again about when Keith Dogg's character died, or when totally adventure went totally off the rails and changed. The reason is that the reason that those are so memorable is because that's when the players did something. Wait, what? I was going in this route. You guys just went this route, and it takes you. How do I say this? It gets you almost more involved. Instead of worrying about your prep, you're now thinking like, holy crap, how do I realize the situation? I've been playing for years. I had a 7-day or 6-day-a-week campaign. I played on the 7th. A 6-day-a-week campaign going for over a year. I very rarely talk about that one because the players, I wasn't trying to railroad, but they were waiting for me to do more things than what they did.
You were holding their hands,
se. Just to some degree. The only story I ever tell about that one is the one of the Ring of Bureaucratic Wizardry. But and again, I'm not going to tell my stories now, but what I'm trying to say is, based on what you were saying, when they go off the rails, as long as they are not doing it to intentionally disrupt the game, or as one guy you say, I'm going to test the game master to see how good he is. If you're there with good intentions, that crap is just absolute fun. Like, what just happened? Why am I tap dancing around? What do I do in this situation? And you make it happen.
It can be hilarious sometimes. Sometimes it can be really intense. But everybody, including the DM, is on the edge of their seat, per se. The DM's, he's flexing his chops. He's really, and the players, and they're reacting, whether they know it or not, with the DM, because we've all heard that, don't ever let them know you didn't make this up. Always let them think you knew everything and whatever. That's kind of funny and fun, but, I mean, come on. Especially if you've been at the table and you've been in the game for quite some time, when the DM's just shooting from the hip, and you're having fun with it, and you're not trying to derail that. You're just going with it. So those moments are really memorable. I'll real quick. A most recent memorable moment is a player had a character. The character died. The character was a low-level wizard from a small little hobunk town. He rolled up 2 characters. He wanted to. I said, okay. They were 2 fighters. He said they're brothers. Okay. And then I looked at him. I mean, this was at the table during the session. I says, all right, so why are I think the brothers' last names, I'll just say Hardwick. It might have been something else. But why are the Hardwick brothers here at the keep? Why are they here? And right off the fly, he said, you know what? They're here looking for my last character that died because he squelched on a dowry to marry our sister.
Okay.
Oh, amazing.
Boom. That was on the, so I had to kind of run with it. Like that kind of stuff right there. He's going to be one of the players at my Saturday game. But anyways, that's one of, that's a player you want that's kind of a high trust. He's not there to derail. He's not like,
right.
And he's they're not being a slouch. Like, oh, we're just here to look for money and adventure.
Well, what's also cool about that story is it's poignant enough that you can do something with it, but doesn't necessarily have to make him the center of the tension.
I don't want no more than 3 sentences on any character background, period.
Yeah.
Let's get over it. You very well may die. So let's not get too emotionally invested in a character. Like, come on. It's still a game. We're still having fun. They may die. And if not, we're gonna create the story through play. It's gonna grow.
Yes. Emergent storytelling.
Yes, it's gonna grow here. I don't need, and you don't need as a player, a paragraph, 3-paragraph, 4-page backstory. No.
Well, I'm going to write you 3 run-on sentences. No, just kidding.
I love Jack Kerouac, so write them. But you don't need it. You're over prep, over investing, and you're wasting time, effort, and energy. There's a hidden cost. Like, why did I write this big backstory? And then, all right, you got this big backstory. The DM now has to, may feel incumbent to somehow filter bits and pieces of that backstory into this campaign, this idea he's got going on, which might not quite fit. So now we're kind of, wait, all right, well, to have this player feel, ooh, I have to kind of go this way, when really it was going this way, but your backstory.
I gotcha. Let's, Zanlar, you wanted to say something?
Yes, definitely. I mean, I want to say so much. I'm going to double the timer of your show.
By all means, follow up with what he said, but I do want to get this back to time commitments and scheduling challenges. Okay. But go ahead and react to what he said. I'll definitely give you some time to do that.
Red, got a couple things. One to your point, one to Squirrels. I'm starting with Squirrel. Like, there's the big backstory being in the game. Like, the player comes to you with this massive backstory. Most of the time, it's because they know as soon as I hand in the backstory, this is the last time I have any agency over my character. I feel like that's the mentality a lot of players show up at the game table with. Not the first time, but it's the second time, third time, fourth time, after they've been burned, and I'm gonna say burned, too many times by the game master of, oh yeah, I'm so excited, that my imagination is the only limitation of this game. And the game master says, well, you can't go there because I have nothing planned. What's to the north and wasteland? What's to the east wasteland? What's to the south wasteland? What's to the west? A castle on a hill. You can only go to the castle. And that's what I see a lot of games suffering from. You show up with a lot of ideas of what you would like to do, and the game master says, you see this, you feel anxious about like some spooky sound effects happening in the forest, or you feel disturbed by the sight of a zombie, you feel in love. You feel like you're in love with the princess. It's like
sounds like the game master's playing the character.
Yes, exactly. He's playing the character, he's moving the character, he's controlling the character, and the player are here to roll the dice. Like, sit here, roll dice, enjoy my story.
Not a fan of that.
You end up being like, okay, when do I have control? Oh, when I make up the character, so I dump all this energy creating the 60-page background story of my character, which is what I saw on Reddit's r/D&D a few days ago. Somebody made that post. My player handed me a 60-page backstory. What do I do? All I could think of, well, do you give him agency during the game to come up stuff about his character? Or are you one of the game masters that take full control? Or maybe he's just been like burned too many times of, okay, as soon as the game starts, I don't have control over my character agency again.
Yep.
You said you had something you want to say towards me as well?
Yes.
Okay.
To like the point of alpha players, like I don't like it when my player sabotages my campaign because he has one thing he wants to do that nobody else wants to do. I resent this a little bit. I understand the point of, guys, it's a group game. We play as a group, so we have to kind of move forward as a unit. But also, it's a role-playing game. Player agency comes first. at my table at least, like nowadays, that's the transformation of the last year. Player agency comes first, and I've been that player 2 years ago at my live table game. I said I'm playing a knight, and we played out a couple sessions, and then I said, like during the quest, I'm looking through the library, like I'm begging the hag that we just slain. Where is my wife? Tell me where my wife is. And my game master was super confused, be like, what wife? I don't know anything about that. And say, sorry, man, I didn't mention, but I'm actually looking for my wife, you know? She's been gone for months, and that's why I'm traveling and getting her back.
Well, guess what? This NPC doesn't know your wife is because I had no clue that your wife was.
So a couple sessions later, it comes up of, I find out she's been kidnapped in like Baldur's Gate. Like one of the noble lords bought her as a slave because slave traders came by who raided my village from a different country. And all the players, let's say all the characters at the table said, but really it was the players more than the characters. It's illegal in the place, but because it's his own estate outside the city walls, he can do what he wants. It's not illegal there because it's his estate, his rules. So, kind of shitty, but unless it can be proven, he will use all of his political power to murk me in my sleep because he has all of the connections, assassins, whatever. Enough dirty money to make me go away and all the friends with it. And that's it. And they said, let's just buy your wife back for 50 gold. She's not that expensive. I said, no. I'm gonna go in there, get my wife, and get her out. Even if I have to beat and slay every single guard on the way and the noble family itself. And the players literally stared at me like, you are ruining our fun. How dare you not trade with this like evil knave of a noble and buy your own wife back that he paid somebody who stole her from me. And I'm just sitting there like, guys, how do you not understand that I'm literally playing a purple dragon knight with ethics and an oath? I'm not a paladin, but I swore an oath. Like if they could not reconcile this difference. So I see your comment about the alpha player, and I'm like, this is the character I've built, and this is the situation before me. If that had been built up like and the players know that. I've been looking for the wife. Yes, I've a couple sessions, and then but even outside that, the attitude that you've got this honor code that you will never back down. That whatever it happens to be, I would still say that good players can still talk you down into a good player should still be able to role play and talk you into paying the 50 gold. Now, it shouldn't just be like, pay the 50 gold and let's get out of here. Oh my God, I can't believe you're not doing this. You're ruining our game. No. We have to roll. This is where we role play. Hey, dude, come on. Let's go out here. Do you understand that if we do this, we're going to be going to war against an entire realm? And I don't want to go to war against an entire realm. You can't fight a war against an entire realm right now. Things like that, and have that discussion. Now, if you continue to be so stubborn, not just after one conversation, but, after however many minutes of that's meaningful for your table to role play, no, I'm going to do what my character does. Well, then, because I'm not taking it out of character. To explain to them, like, I'm just playing my character, guys.
Sure.
I'm telling them in character. I have ethics that I follow and a belief of how the world should be. A moral code to follow. If I break those, I break everything I believe in. Even if I get my wife back, what did I sacrifice? That's the big question in the back of my mind. This is a line I will never cross. Now, what we ended up doing is use the druid who turns into an animal, sneak her out, without anybody ever noticing it, which was great. But out of the table, a couple of the players did not understand this is roleplay, and they felt crossed, like I ruined their evening.
Yeah,
So,
that's messed up in my opinion, because if you've been in the group now, if this was day one in the group and the
now
game
we've been
master
playing for
allowed
10
it, and
years. Yeah.
well, right, no, I get that. This is what I'm saying is like if it was day one in the group and the game and you were a new player at the table and these guys didn't know you, kind of like me and Fritz's game, I could see there being like, whoa, hold on, timeout. We can't. No, this isn't what we're going for here. But you've been playing with these folks for a long time, like. They should have been able to role play that through better, in my opinion. But I hate to say this. I would love to keep talking about stuff like that, but it is actually pretty far off topic at this point. My fault because I kept it going. We're averaging 1 hour per segment. We're supposed to be averaging 45 minutes. So I do have to end this soon here. Two things, though. First of all, I'm going to give you all an opportunity to talk to each other in just a moment. But I do want to drink. This is the third and final drink, thanks to Bane. Thank you very much, Bane. If you missed it, he super chatted like $1 million or something. I think I can retire now in segment one. Thank you very much. Third and final drink. Oof. I also want to ask, so this is what I was going to mention earlier. I had all that build up, right? About, joining, the book club or, making this commitment. Like if you join the bowling league, it takes, for some, you got to practice, or especially softball, right? Or flag football, you got to practice, you got to play. You make a commitment to it. One of the things I've noticed in, we'll say, the modern gaming. Now, I didn't take any actual time off of gaming, but I definitely stepped back quite a bit after about 2003. And when I got back into it kind of full time, one of the biggest things I noticed was people didn't take playing the games as a commitment. It's almost like they're like, whatever, I'll show up if I show up, I won't show up if I don't show up. I've never, in all my times playing all around the world, ran into that. I don't think that people take playing these games as seriously as they used to. Now, that might sound odd to folks, like it's just a dumb game. Why are we taking it seriously? Because there are other people relying on you. It's not just you. It's there are other people there. Sure, if you got to take your wife to the hospital or something, that comes first. Real life always comes first. Even the bowling league and the softball team won't care, right? But you're supposed to make an effort. Like, this is the day we're doing this. This is the commitment. You don't schedule other things during this time. This is what we're doing. Unless it's an emergency, this is what you're doing. I know, especially with online play, the people that just pop in and out and just join and play whenever the heck they want. And that's, I wouldn't say it's a new phenomenon. It's always existed, but I think it's a more pronounced phenomenon now that causes these time commitments and scheduling challenges. What are your thoughts on that?
Weakness to be purged.
Okay. I mean, I agree.
I agree with you, Max.
Go ahead.
I agree with you, Max. Yeah, it just seems to be taken a little more casually. Again, it's just a dumb game. Yeah, but we are emotionally invested in this.
Yeah.
Did any of you guys ever play MMOs? Like World of Warcraft or whatever?
A lot of it, yes.
So I'm an old EverQuest guy. You would get calls at 2 a.m. Hey, so whatever, the plane, if I forget that Kazakh Thule is popped. We're going now. But I got school in the morning. For me, it was work. I got work in the morning. Too bad. If you want to be in the guild, you're join. We need 70 people right now to get in there, and we're going to be farming Kazakh Thule for a while. We got to get there before this other guild does. Blah, 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 right? Now, I'm not saying you should do that. I'm not saying that's the right way to play. What I'm saying is then there's the World of Warcraft stuff with the instances. Hey, guys, can we get 24 people together whenever we want to get them together, go do this thing? It doesn't seem nearly as interesting. And I mean, I wasn't into PvP, to be honest, but I like the competition so much more. The fact that, yeah, it sucked getting that call. Okay, I got to go to bed, guys. No, it just popped. We got to go. You're going to be up late tonight. Ugh. But getting the success from doing that. Now, that's not exactly the same as playing a tabletop game. My point is the commitment. I don't know anybody that if you were to say, and I'm talking young and old, hey guys, especially you clerics and you tanks. If I call you at 2 a.m., you better be on Discord, and we are taking in and we are getting this mob. Now, no game runs like that anymore, but they'd be like, "Screw you! I just play the game for fun. I'm not there to do any of this extracurricular stuff. In fact, I won't even play a game that requires me to be in a group." How many times have you seen in MMOs now where they're like, "Can I single player this game?" Shut the hell up. That's not what MMOs are for. Well, coming back to our, the time commitments and scheduling challenges, yes, I expect you when I set up a game and I say that it's going to be for 6, this is how I did my last one, it's going to be 6 hours, and it's going to be the first 3 weekends or first 3 Saturdays of the month. The last 1 or 2 twice a year, you have off to do whatever you want, but those first 3 are mine. They're ours as the group. And if you can't commit to something like that, if you're just like, yeah, I'll show up if I feel like it, screw off. No, go away. Go. I don't even want you, give me your books. Get out of this hobby and go do something else. That's generally how I feel about that.
I would love to harp on this a little bit more, especially because I have experience with World of Warcraft. You would have the raids, right? Which is 10 people or 25 or up to 25 people, I believe.
Yeah, but they're instants too, so you can go do whenever you want.
Yes. Yeah, you can instances, you can do it whenever you want. But you have what would be like different difficulty ratings. So everybody can visit the dungeon and see the sights, like hear the lore, enjoy the story, and like smash the 1 button on your keyboard and defeat everything in your way. It's like the dumbed down version of like even a baby can play nowadays, I guess. But you can go into a heroic raid or a mythic raid, and now the enemies are vicious. Even the normal enemies, like the mobs, what we would call it, that just stand around in a normal raid. Now that you're in a heroic raid, they will kill you if you do not know the mechanics and don't talk with the other players in TeamSpeak or Discord. So now you can choose your level. Am I just relaxing here to enjoy the lore and the story? Or do I want the experience of learning my class, improving my skills, and working as a team to commit to a time to beat the boss? And for that, you can achievement hunt, like, oh, I do it for the achievement. I did that last expansion or like 2 expansions ago, because that's the goal I've set. I'm willing to commit the time, but I want this boss down on heroic, learning a completely new class I know nothing about, and reaching the end of the journey was incredibly rewarding. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
I can't tell you how many times I love...
You can choose which level you want to focus on. Do I go all out? I did not go all out. I went for the heroic one. Sure. It's a commitment, but it's not easy.
And I don't know anything about modern World of Warcraft, and to some folks this might seem like we're off topic, but we're talking about the commitment in terms of time and scheduling challenges is how this relates. In EverQuest, you knew who the top rating guilds were because you could see them wearing the gear. In games like Star Wars, The Old Republic, or World of Warcraft, anybody can get that gear now, or almost anybody can get that gear. And I think it lessens. Now, my EverQuest 2 guild was actually my favorite guild ever until WoWified the game was actually my favorite guild ever because we literally learned the fights. This is right on that cusp of when videos were starting to come out for fights, but you had to learn them on your own. And it was great to find out that we were learning these fights, dying over and over again. And then we finally we would be like the first or second on the server. We were bouncing between the number 1 and number 2 guild on the server. And to find out that we defeated it a totally different way than somebody else did or what the video ended up showing. I'm just like, I love that sense of achievement. Like, wait a minute, you ran this guy, you and your cleric ran this guy around the zone for a half an hour while you're fighting the main boss, and then you went and got him. Did you know you could just turn him backward and then no, we didn't know that. So we ran him away, things like that, but we still won. And I love that. Now, that part might not have much to do about tabletop RPGs, but it's the idea of the commitment of being with the group that, like even Zonalar was saying, you have agreed that you're going to play for 6 hours on Saturdays. That means you show up. If you want to talk, come early, stay late, whatever, but we're going to be playing this game, and I expect you to be in character. I expect you to do, be part of the game, not ruin it. It's not just about eating chips and hanging out with your friends. No, we are here for a purpose. You're here to play a softball game. You're here to bowl. You're here to play bridge. You're here to whatever. Well, you're here to play Dungeons and Dragons or whatever. Insert your favorite game here. And if you're just like, I'll show up when I want to and I won't when I don't want to, then you're not understanding. I mean, this isn't like Monopoly where you play once and you're done, or you choose to play when you want. You actually have an ongoing thing, and if you don't show up, that's always put on hold, and that's stupid.
Yes, it's interrupted, and it's unfair to everyone else involved.
Yes, exactly.
That are more committed to the endeavor of what's happening, and it's. Yeah,
which is why we have a social contract, right? We say, this is what we expect. No food. You can drink. Put the phone away or put it on silence. If you have to look every half hour because you're like jittery about something on your mind, fine. Like have a quick look, but put it off the table. Like,
100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
The phones are. I've never really had that problem overly, but I've seen it at tables. I've been at tables where it's like, hey, we're like, who cares about the meme? Like, I thought we're
the German group I played with was the worst about phones.
Oh no!
And it was cat videos. Oh, look at this cute kitty. Yeah, I like animals too, but I'm trying to be in character.
Yeah, I thought we were trying to do something here.
All right, I'm pushing back now.
Okay.
About the commitment, about not showing, about people not wanting to show up every single time. Well, then maybe you're in the wrong type of game. Maybe you should be looking for an open table where it's more of a like an early era of the hobby when it's more of a club thing where you could go in a couple times a month and play.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to get in something that's like a grand Lord of the Rings or Dragonlance campaign.
Yep. No argument there.
Absolutely.
I mean, I've heard it said before, maybe even on this channel, this show, or maybe not. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Gaming is for everyone, but not.
Gaming's for anyone, but not for everyone.
Yeah, not for everyone. Yeah, yep. Not every game's for everyone. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, this what this endeavor, what we're trying to do.
So Malachi,
yeah,
I agree with you. The thing is I'm talking. And I want to be clear about this. I'm talking that there seems to be a change in. I don't want to say society, but I'll go with that. Because even back in the day when people played it as like the club stuff, the 90% of the people were there all the time.
Yeah.
Like, because they did it either after college or after school, whatever, and so they met up because that was their thing to do. Now with phones and people being more connected with people they don't even necessarily can physically touch, it's a bit different. They can sit in their bedrooms and just be, have their friends. And look, I'm not trying to say they don't get out, because I'm sure compared to the 1800s, people think that we didn't go out. The idea, though, is that when you make that commitment, or it's supposed to be a social game, as somebody said. Yes, find that group. But you're going to find that even if you're in that big troop style game that has like 30 people playing in it, that 25 of them are there every week.
Yeah.
Or they set up the game so that 15 are here this week, 15 are here that, whatever, because they've committed to that. And that does, look, the game master has a commitment as well. And look, I'm running my game on Thursdays. Well, none of us can play on Thursdays. Well, screw y'all, I'm out. No, the game master might have to budge. Now, if I can't because of work, life commitments, and so forth, I get that. I've got a couple of comments starred here that kind of talk about that. You talk about social contract. These are the days we're playing. And like, if somebody were telling me like, look, Max, we want you to run a game once a month, I'm just gonna be like, no, like I'm not even gonna entertain the conversation. I will barely tolerate bi-weekly. And that's if I'm just really pressed and I really, really, really want to do this. I expect more of a commitment. I'm sorry. That's just my standard. My standard is I want to do it every single week. Okay, you know what? Maybe you need a weekend to go do something else or whatever day we're playing on. Fine. That's where I came up with the first 3 weekends of the month thing. That means you get the 4th weekend off, and 2 months out of the year, you get the 4th and 5th weekend off. Schedule crap around
can I
that.
ask, do you say like, oh, it's every week the Friday night, or do you allow like, oh, I can also do Saturday this time if somebody says Friday is a no-go because of something? Or is it like on the day? I can only
No,
do
it's got to be on the day
Friday.
because I schedule everything around that. So I
Gotcha.
build
Yes.
this into my weekly schedule that says,
Right,
okay,
yeah.
I am now giving up my Saturday to run this game because I enjoy doing it. I want to do this, but that means things that I might do on Saturday, I've got to knock out on Friday nights or Sundays or whatever. Here's the best one, and we got to move on to the next segment, but I'll let you guys have the final word on this. I have people tell me now that, oh, I can't do it. My wife won't let me do it. Or, oh, I've got to spend time with the kid or whatever. The best thing that I saw was when I was in the Air Force, he played games with us on Saturdays and took care of the kids on Sundays. She hung out with her girls on either Friday nights or Sundays and took care of the kid on Saturdays. They had that dynamic through the rest of the week. They were two parents and whatever, but she had girls' night and he had boys' night, or day, whatever you want to call it, and it worked out great. And I've literally talked to people like, "Oh God, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not letting him have that kind of time away from our kids, or I'm not letting her go out that long." Well, then you know what? You're not good for my game. I don't know what to tell you, but you can compromise on things like that if that's what it means. Yes, I want a parent to stay with this child, so. Mm-hmm. You do the Sunday, you do the Saturday, or you do the Friday, you do the Thursday, whatever it happens to be.
Find a compromise.
Yeah. So
okay, I agree, Max. So that's one thing. Yeah. Oh, my wife, my kids. I mean, God bless you. Your husband or wife, spouse, good parent. I get it, but some of that just kind of gets an excuse. Really, just saying, yeah, I'm not really into this.
Sure.
To help like a cap off the topic so we can move on, I'd love to make a point for the people to think about. So I'm gonna go full cyberpunk on everybody here. The megacorps are socially engineering you guys to spend as much time on the devices, on the apps, as they can get away with. If you think about it, to loop it back, a concept that has existed for a long time, like New York Times Square. What do you see there? Placates everywhere, like giant screens giving you advertisement. Mindshare being, if you look around, how much of your time, of your visual feedback or auditory feedback can I take from you and put in some advertisement to make you buy a thing and give me money, right? It's the Coca-Cola advertisement on the TV or the Google ads and all of that thing. Now, going a step further, now we have apps everywhere. They use apps to sell us advertisements, which means they make the most money on us if they make us spend the most amount of time on their app. So now you have Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter designed in a way where you can scroll forever. Like there is no end to the scrolling. And with TikTok going so far as, oh, don't worry about it. It scrolls for you. It just starts the next video at the end of the video. So you're in this endless loop of a quick release. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not sure if the science is right. Like the quick release of the dopamine hit. Like, oh, exciting, flashy colors. My brain recognizes this. And you end up with people coming up being unable. Yeah, we live in real cyberpunk, but it's the lamest of one of all of them. Yes. So I don't judge people that they struggle with keeping time commitments because, I mean, they live in a difficult world to handle with this specific problem, which is why we say, right, put your phone away. If you agree to play, you don't need the phone. If you need to know the rules, read them up beforehand. depending on the table, I'm okay if you want to ask a question, but we said it beforehand. Oh, this is a new player. He needs to know a few things. I will give leeway on the first session. And after that, I'm going to be like, okay, do you think you can commit to the social contract or not? Because I also have limited time. So I need to know that you value my time so I can value your time as well.
Yeah.
If I can, like, there's something you said there that I agree with.
Only
but I want to make sure that I'm clear from my perspective. For me, it's more about attitude. A lot of times I say things like, if you miss 3 sessions out of a year, you're kicked out. Well, really, there's so much more that goes into it than just that simple statement. That's just an easy way to say it. It's attitude. If somebody's struggling with the time commitment and we've got to work it out, that's something I'm going to work out before the game starts. Because ultimately I'm going to say, look, you agreed to play once a week. I had really good friends of mine who I never let in my past games because they're like, I work every other Saturday, dude. Well, that's not my problem. We've agreed to play every week and you can't be there every week. You're not in my game. Love you like, brother, but no, you're not going to be in my game. It's the attitude side of it where it's like, oh, hey, where were you last week? Oh yeah, I overslept. Could you have told somebody or whatever? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it was my bad. And then, a month and a half later, it's like, oh, hey, I'm running late. It's 11 o'clock. We start at 10:30. Why are you just telling me this now? Oh, we got a late start.
Yeah.
Dude, you're telling me that you don't care.
Yeah. And I always did do this too, though, going jumping around, being the squirrel. When I did weekly sessions that were all day, 8-hour plus sessions, like just an example, noon was start time. Well, actually the game got rolling at 1 o'clock. We kind of knew show up at noon. Well, some people were a little late here or there, but you filter in, hey, how's the wife, how's the kids, how's the goldfish, whatever, because it was going to be an all day thing. We paused halfway through ish, grabbed a bite to eat, passed the pizza around, whatever, laugh, joke for an hour, and then we got back into the game. Especially now though, with games that are shorter time, our time is limited as adults, attention span notwithstanding. You need to have a little more, like I'm agreeing, a little more dedication, a little more focus. So show some consideration. You said it, Max. Treat it like a intramural sport. Like
Alexander McCree said it.
But he's the one that said it. But I've heard it from you first, even though he said it first. But show a little commitment, show a little respect.
All right. I mean, I can keep talking about this topic, but we really got to move it on. Malachi, any final comments that you've got with regard to time and scheduling? And I did not think that segment was going on that long, but apparently that was another important one. And we kind of diverged a little bit too. But time committed, scheduling challenges, anything?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get into our last segment of the night, and that's going to be on social dynamics and relationship strains. Of course, before we do that, we are going to look at super chats and a couple other things I commented. I think this is unusual. This has been a backward night. Normally, I get most of the super chats during segments 3 and 4. I got all the super chats during segments 1 and 2, which is interesting. So, but I still did star a couple of things here. Adino the Insight says, weird question in a way. Because for me, the prep reading as a DM is a stress buster. It's what I like to do. What are your thoughts on that? Like people who actually like to read and to prep, like it's kind of relaxing for them.
Yeah, I love.
That's great news.
Okay.
I used to love it. I still do, but my time is just.
Yeah, that's where I am, Squirrel. I actually I don't love over prepping, but I love coming up with ideas. Like if they do this, I want to be ready for that. If they do this other thing, I want to be ready for that. And of course, they still do something I didn't plan for. And then, I've got that ready. But I like thinking about that stuff or reading about, let me grab this book and see what I can pull out of here. Oh, that'd be fantastic. I want to implement this. I love doing stuff like that. But like you said, time. And Nerd says, if what your character would do causes problems, then you shouldn't have made that character. 100% agree. And I usually, in my experience, that's not the player's fault. That's the game master's fault.
Yeah.
Because usually oh, sorry.
Game master's fault for allowing that player to continue to be at that table.
Yeah, well, and usually a good game master asks about the character and whatnot, and then it's like, oh, that'd be great. And then the character comes to the table, it's like, oh, that wasn't so good.
Yeah, true. That too. Yeah, that's another side of that.
Like in, I would still accept that you follow through with your character and see if he survives or dies.
Sure.
But there are different moments of you can diverge, and then you create like scene A and scene B, and you switch back and forth between the scenes. So all the players at the table still get to play the game, which they should opt to play, right? You give them the respect of their time being valued. And it can happen that one character says, you know what? I'm playing a thief character. I bail and run. I cut and run. I ended up taking all of the loot from the characters and I'm running. And he manages to get away with it. Be like, amazing. You made it. You got all of the money and you can reach the pirate city and spend it all. All right, your character's out. What's your next character you're gonna play?
That's true. Yep.
Yeah, that's a way to handle it. And a lot of times I haven't, and a lot of us more staunch 3Ders, we haven't handled it. It's like, what the heck, it turns into a party conflict. Sometimes it gets personal. It's a game, get over it. But yeah, no, that's a good way to handle it. Like, yep, nope, you ripped them off, you made it, yep, bye, next character.
Yeah, and game masters need to utilize consequences. Now, that doesn't mean that all of a sudden, mysteriously, everybody in the kingdom knows that this guy's a thief and did all this stuff. But over time, if somebody's acting the fool, law enforcement, a relative, who knows, whatever the situation is going to come after this guy. Does the party want to deal with that? Is the party part of the cause of it? Is the party saying, oh my God, I can't believe you got us in this situation. Take him and make a new character. Whatever. Use
Yes.
consequences in the game. 3Arc says, and I started this one because it sounded so much like me. 3 strikes, you're out, period. That's the rule. Late 3 times or miss 3 sessions in a month. Oh, he says in a month. I said in a year. The player is gone. Yeah, no, I can't stand the late stuff. So who's it? Zonler or Squirrel? No, I think Squirrel. You were saying it. Was talking about the game started at noon, but we really started at 1. No. My rule is very strict. We're starting at noon, and if you want to talk crap beforehand, you show up early. Oops. And then the last one here, I think kind of summed up what we were saying earlier, is people just don't have as much commitment anymore. Not saying anything. I think it's anything to do with even jobs, man. Jobs and religion and family and just expectations of life. I think Rex Teal is right. Okay.
Look, in a way, right? You can also take it a different way of, oh man, all of these people, they don't have as much commitment anymore. You know what? I also don't have that much commitment anymore. Seek out people on your level, because it means like you all have like the same attitude, so you can give the same leniency. You don't have to feel bad that you struggle with oversleeping sometimes, because the other guy has the same fucking problem as you. So you can actually band together and take this as okay, this is a level I'm going to accept. It's gonna start an hour late, but we will still play. And you can go from there. Be like, you know what? We've done it for half a year. Actually, I kind of want to be on time nowadays. Let's step it up, guys. We're growing older. We're growing more experienced. We know the games better. We know each other. We value each other more. Let's value each other's time as well, and help each other work through that process, instead of like always accepting the same weaknesses and just agreeing to be like, oh yeah, that's part of your being late. This is your identity now. Because yeah.
No.
No,
I don't
exactly.
I don't tolerate that, but yeah, and that goes with what Malachi was saying before about a group that might be more casual in terms of attendance. Yeah, find that group. Just fine. That's not me. All right, let's get on to segment 4. So, Get that on the screen there. There we go. Just as a reminder, Game Master Insight airs live Fridays at 6 p.m. Central Time, except for the last Friday of the month. That's where we have the members only funness. That's a word, I think. Once the stream ends, the complete live stream stays exclusive for YouTube members, but the 4 panel discussions become available to everyone 1 month later. Real quick announcement. I've decided that the last live stream is going to just stay members only. I came to that decision because of how it turned out. We might address the topic again. But so if you're a member, you will have access to it. I was almost debating deleting it, but you know what? I haven't deleted some of my really, really old and horrible videos and rants and so forth. I'm not going to delete that one. I'm just going to keep it for members only. Those guys gave their time to that, so members can watch it. But yeah, that's what I decided to do with that one. But normally speaking, the first 4 segments, which we're about to go into segment 4, will be available to the public, where the 5th segment that we just kind of hang out and just talk for a little bit, well, that's for members only. So we get to let our hair down and start using some of those words that I shouldn't have been using today. And of course, if you enjoyed this discussion, please like this video, subscribe to all of the panelists' channels, which you can find in the description. All right, well, we're at stream end time, so everybody have a great... Oh, wait, we got one more segment to do. Starting back with Malachi here. So this segment is on social dynamics and relationship streams. However, before we move into our final segment, let's have our panel reintroduce themselves, share the content they create, and tell you where you can find them online. And please remember to thank them in the comments and let them know which of their ideas resonated with you. We're going to go in backward order in this. We're going to start with Zonalar. Quickly, just remind folks who you are and where they can find you.
I'm Zonalar, and you can find me on YouTube just with the name you see on screen, Zonalar with the Z. And I roleplay. That's mainly what I do currently on the YouTube. You can find it there. I release content of me being a player and being a game master of doing 4D roleplay sessions. Currently, we got the Lich's Dregs going on, as the players are a bunch of orcs and goblins of a broken up tribe who lost the war, trying to survive with the aftermath. I also have another show called Crimes Against Roleplay, where I look at popular YouTubers role-playing on YouTube, free to watch for everybody. So I watch them with the whole attitude of being 20s noir private eye detective, telling up all the crimes being committed that nobody really cares about, because they just do it for fun, right? But John Roleplay dies every single time, and nobody cares.
All right. Squirrel Hermit, who are you and where can people find you and all that good stuff?
Oh, wow, all the good stuff. Squirrel Hermit, same name, YouTube. I intermittently post videos. I might be painting miniatures, doing a live blab, or talk about games, cover different games, and that's really about it. Been gaming for quite some time, and I'm here. Thanks for having me.
Oh, no, thanks for being on. And Malachi, of course, then we'll have you answer the question. Where can people find you? Why should they care, etc.?
Well, Malachi got my Twitter right there. And Max should have a link to my blog down below. Hopefully I can get some more stuff up. Got some stuff brewing. Want to start reviewing some stuff I really like, getting really into, maybe some advice columns, some solo gaming. So yeah, if any of it interests you, check it out.
Okay, perfect. All right, so Malachi, coming back to you to wrap this up. Beyond the gaming table, have you experienced hidden social tensions or relationship strains stemming from your involvement in tabletop RPGs, and how these issues influence the way you communicate with other players, adjust group expectations, or navigate conflicts?
Well, I think I've been a little bit lucky in the fact that I haven't had that many major issues with other people being in the hobby, doing stuff in the hobby. I think my worst actually was concerning an ex-girlfriend of mine who, while I was running a game, would constantly call me just to talk to me. She knew what I was doing. She was well aware of what was going on with me at the time, and that I was focused on this and was involved in this it was doing this and couldn't do anything else at the time, still would call me. Ended up out in the parking lot of the apartment complex where we were gaming. Luckily, that did not last very long. And it's just, from my experience, it's like, I just try and say, like, this is how things are. And I can accommodate what I can, but if I can't, you're going to have to accept it.
I had a similar situation, but we won't talk about that now. So actually, when I was in Kuwait, of all places. So how has managing the different personalities at a table influenced your ability to maintain a cohesive group dynamic? That's a fancy way of saying, how have you dealt with weirdos at your table and still been friends?
I mean, like, I ran 5e for a little bit at my FLGS, and I mean, there were a couple of young kids in the game, and I just kind of let it slide. I don't know if it was like I didn't really care, but it was like, I'm going to let this be their game. It's not my game. I want to just run a game. At the time I hadn't run in a while. I was missing it. I really wanted to do it. So I was like, I'm just going to let these guys have the game. I'll just be the DM that shows up and runs the game for them. And you know what? In the end, I had fun. I met some pretty decent people in the hobby for 5e players. And I think my big thing was I learned that a lot of the 5e crap was online, not in the stores.
I've kind of discovered that as well. The people I know that play 5e, I've even found that most of them, when you talk to them about old school D&D, would prefer the 5e rules, but the old school mentality, which has surprised me because it's one of the reasons I stopped. It's one of the many reasons I stopped doing the rants, was because I found out that the real people playing the game weren't having those hangups. Yeah. At least not as many. The one guy in the game was playing a wizard, and he said to me the one day, this is right after Ravenloft came out, he's like, would it be okay if my character died if I could play something out of Ravenloft? And I was like, yeah, my whole mentality was I'm doing this for other people, not for me. The only me thing was I'm running a game. I was like, yeah, but my one thing is I don't like these floating attribute. You get to put where your attribute bonuses go. I'm going to decide that. And he's like, that's fine. That's fine. I don't like that anyway. Yeah.
Then that's what I got a lot of. Once everything from Tasha's on, people did not, the actual people that played did not like
the normies that played. The online crowd still supported it, but yeah,
exactly.
Yep. Yeah. So one of the things I want to put out there for folks that are still watching, segment 4, oftentimes, and I think today's going to be the same, wraps up things that have already been said. We've already talked a lot about social dynamics and relationship strains and so forth through the first 3 segments. That's actually intentional. So if you hear repeat questions or repeat answers, that's kind of why. That's really to encapsulate everything that's been said before. I just want to remind that. I like saying that to folks because a lot of times I get segment 4 is just repeating. It's not necessarily a repeat, but it does encapsulate the rest of the stream. At least that's what part of the intent of it is. So
it's like your closing paragraph in an essay.
Yeah, and segment 1 is supposed to introduce us to the topic. Yep. 2 and 3 are supposed to be other aspects of it, and 4 kind of wraps it up in a neat bow. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I just want to put that out for folks into any time, or if the segment becomes really short, because I've already said all this. Yeah, you may have. It absolutely may have happened. So, all right, let's. Do you guys have anything for what Malachi said? His comments.
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, then let me move on to Squirrel Hermit. Then Squirrel Hermit. You get the long question now. Beyond the gaming table, have you experienced hidden social tensions or relationship strains stemming from your involvement in tabletop RPGs? And how have these issues influenced the way you communicate with other players, adjust group expectations, or navigate conflicts? And I just realized I did have a follow-up question for Malachi, but go ahead, Squirrel Hermit, answer the question.
Well, something similar to what Malachi had said. There was a player and another player and the player's wife at the time, and the one player, he really liked to drink, and it wasn't a problem at the table, but he would end up calling this other player's wife, who was a player, and they
wow.
were night owls. They were night owls, and the husband knew about it. He didn't care. I got to go to sleep. I got to work, whatever, because they were buddies. But they would drink and talk and blah blah blah, and it ended up escalating into some crazy friggin' debacle outside, away from the table, at some party they were at. I wasn't there, and they were all kind of leaning towards me for input, advice, opinion, whatever. And at the time, I was like, all right, I wasn't there. Yes, we're all friends. This didn't happen at the table. It doesn't really concern the table. So you guys work it out. If y'all can get along and show up for the game and get along at the table, cool. If you can't, well, that's up to you guys, but the game's happening. And this is when I had a more of a rigid schedule, per se. It was every Saturday. We played at least 8 hours. It was an all-day thing every friggin' week. I said, you guys figure it out. When you figure it out, come on back. If you can't, you can't. I don't know. So that left a little bit of a bitterness, more on their end to me, because I didn't do whatever it was. There was accusations flying. I don't know. And the one player that wasn't the husband calling, he's like, outside the table, well, why didn't you give me advice, or I'm like, dude, you're a grown adult. Like, come on. You don't call another dude's wife while you're both drinking and talk late at night. Like, what do you expect to happen? I don't understand. And I don't want to believe your side of the story, and I don't want to believe her side of the story, because I wasn't there, and I don't want to freaking hear it. I want nothing to do with it.
So how did you end up resolving that situation? Because I can think of a couple of ways. One of them being, y'all got to go until you figure this out if you can't be adults. But with friends, that can be difficult. How did you end up resolving?
Well, that was pretty much it. You figured out. You want to come back to the table, come back to the table. Whether it's all three of you, one of you, two of you. And I don't want to hear about it at the table. I didn't want to hear about it off the table. And it faltered for a while, and then the one player, he come back, the other player come back for a little bit, and then, not because of this, just lifetime changed in different games and whatever. But that's how I handle it.
But in terms, so to just for folks out there, remember, our whole idea is the hidden costs of TTRPGs, right? Things you didn't plan for. Well, to relate to Squirrel Hermit's story there, sometimes as the game master, for whatever reason, you get considered like the leader of the cult, the group. And I can tell you, when I was in the Air Force, I got in trouble for breaking a TV that, first of all, nobody in our group broke. It was broken in the party the night before, but somehow we got accused of it. And then I, as the youngest person in the group, got in trouble for, because I was the quote unquote leader, because they didn't understand what Dungeon Master meant. I can maybe talk more about that, on segment 5 or offline or whatever. But the idea is that always kind of stuck in my brain, and that was in 1992 or 3. That always stuck in my brain. It's like, because I'm the Dungeon Master, I'm somehow like the leader of all these people. Like I have to like control. No, these guys are older than me. They're adults. And as he was saying, these are two adults that need to act like adults. Sure, as friends, we can say something, but I'm not the leader of this cult. What the hell are you talking about here? Don't come after me.
Yep.
Devil cults too, rolling 20-sided dice.
What's that?
Devil cults too.
Devil, yeah. Well, when I grew up Lutheran, and yeah, when I had Satanic Panic actually affected me. Actually, my follow-up question, Squirrel Hermit, for you is actually just going to. it would require the same answer you just gave. So I don't really have a follow-up question for you because you just answered it. So
Cool.
I'm going to, unless you guys have something for Squirrel Hermit, I'm ready to move on over to Zonalar. Okay.
Good.
Zonalar, let me scroll up here so I can read my long-ass question for you. Beyond the gaming table, have you experienced hidden social tensions or relationship strains stemming from your involvement in tabletop RPGs, and how have these issues influenced the way you communicate with other players, adjust group expectations, or navigate conflicts?
Um, let's say it like I brought up a couple of examples. Like one of them, I didn't deal with the social conflict at all. I was too immature to deal with it, and I cold turkeyed, disappeared myself from the Curse of Strahd game, stopped jamming for a year. That's one way I dealt with it, right? Like I took myself out of the equation. I don't know how to deal with it was the conclusion. I'm out, right? At the very least, life moves on. I can still go to work. I can still do stuff. I can find another hobby. I can find new friends. You realize it's not the end of the world if your campaign falls apart. You will live. Another big conflict point was I was in a big Discord community that was attached to a YouTuber that has like 3,000 subscribers. Back then it was like 2,000, who did weekly or like 3 games a week online with a cast, and he uses his Discord people, like viewers join the Discord, and he would run what would it be called, games via text-based role-playing games attached to the campaigns that he has for players in. So the players are like people leading the kingdom, and the viewers can be people living in the kingdom doing all kinds of shenanigans. And I got booted out of that community related because the game master thought my politics have shifted and he no longer agrees with them. Now, curiously, this happens around, 2019? While everybody's getting crazy in America about politics, I'm European. I don't really care. Like, I'm affected, but I don't have a dog in the fight. I see him call people out. Like, he just started, like, banning people from Discord for, like, a good year. More and more people disappeared, and he just said, like, at the start of the show, yeah, I had to kick off another asshole, had to do this, had to do that. And I just called him out one day, like, dude, those people support your show, your content, and everything you're doing with money through the Patreon, through communication, added to the community, created fan art, worked on the wiki. Like, you don't owe them. Like, I'm not saying you owe them, but I'm saying them that there should be respect. That's a mutual level of respect. And in response, he kicked me as well. So I'm like, great. I was really that one burned me a lot to the whole politics in games side of things. Of like, okay, I don't really care what your politics are, but if you act like an asshole, the politics is not going to cover you on this. I'm
Right.
not going to accept this behavior. So those are like social tensions on how it shifted group expectations on how I communicate, like things, how I'm navigating conflict now. Yeah, there was one more thing I wanted to bring up: boundaries. Like Squirrel was talking about the problems with 2 of his players that included the third party, the husband of all of this drama that's happening at his table. Is it related to his game? No. Was he there? No. Why is he being involved? Well, maybe they see him like, oh, Squirrel is our friend, he's part of the table, I want his opinion. Okay, that's one side. But do not pull people into the drama.
Right.
It's boundaries, guys. You put up the boundaries and say, this is what I'm okay with, this is what I'm not okay with. Most of the time we don't say it because we think everybody knows. But some people don't know. And when it happens, you have to be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna tell them now. You know what? I don't care. That's very costs a lot of energy. That's not the kind of friendship I want to have, where you can come to me with every single relationship problem you have. You should speak that with the people you have a problem with or that were involved. Deal it with them. Let me out of it. And I had a last point, but it's going away from me right now, so I'm gonna leave it at that.
It's been a long stream. I get that.
Yeah.
And I've already done it. Well, piggybacking on something that you just said, when I was in that game in Germany, not the one I was running, but the one. So this guy started running a third edition game. I convinced him to transition it to a second edition game, and then he decided for whatever reason to convert it to a fifth edition game. Well, when I made the fifth edition character, the German girl that I was talking about, her and her fiance both played, and I talked to them both. I said, "Hey, I want to play this character as young and hasn't seen the world. So an elf is like, oh my God, something special. Are you going to feel uncomfortable about that when he wasn't like, oh my God, you're the most beautiful thing ever. I want to marry you. No. He just latched onto her like, she can't say anything wrong. She's an ancient race. She's a goddess, like just kind of that thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked her, are you going to be okay with that? And they were both totally cool with that. And of course, obviously I wasn't crossing any boundaries. Like sometimes I'd be like, you catch my character just looking like that. Or if she went somewhere, it's like, ooh, I want to see what she's doing because she's an elf. But it was never anything sexual or anything, weird. But, but you could understand how maybe somebody else who's less secure could see it that way, right? So I asked them and they were cool about it. And it let me play that character in this little naive way. That was actually kind of fun. But that could be a boundary for somebody. It's like, that's a little uncomfortable for me because even though it's my character, you're still talking to my, in that case, fiance or wife, whatever, at your table. I'm not sure I'm okay with that. And I would have been, I'd be like, okay, I get it.
Okay,
right,
here's
cool.
my character concept. I want to flirt with your character all the fucking time at the gaming table. You sit there with your boyfriend right next to you, being like side-eyeing each other, like, what do we do? Like, do we involve the game master?
And the thing is we talked about that. We were very clear. This was not flirtatious. This was not sexual. This is just like, oh my God, she's an elf. So anytime she said something, be like, we got to do that. Well, why? She's an elf. She's an ancient race. Well, how could we not? It was never about the beauty or anything like that. It was just, But yeah, and I could imagine like exactly what you said though. Can I have lust after your fiance's character? I'd be like, no, you can't.
What if we don't play that kind of game at our table, What if we are normal for change?
Yeah.
I had the last point. It came back to me.
Go ahead.
If you allow, I'm gonna say it like weirdos, if you allow the weirdo behavior at your table, you will scare off the normal players at your table. They're gonna be like, oh wait, you tolerate this kind of behavior? I think I'm gonna leave the group then,
Yes.
So because he doesn't have the dog in the fight, it's not his particular problem. He has a problem with it, but it's happening at the table. The other ones are like, yeah, this is cool, this is nice. And very often, I mean, the most prominent and obvious example for me would be furries. Hey guys, I want to play kobold. Okay, good. He plays his kobold as the cutest creature on the earth, and I'm sitting here be like, well, I thought we're like playing a gritty Dungeons and Dragons games where kobolds are kind of evil or conniving, or they're tunnelers, they worship dragons, and you play him like a plushie, basically. Yeah, and just that, and then he wants to court a different kobold and go into all kinds of kobold shenanigans, or oh, my character is a cat boy and I'm gonna meow every time I talk. And
oh Lord!
Like, oh, you want to accept this at your table? As soon as you do, then people who have a different set of standards, which I will say normal, at this over here, like I know all these people. I've been to meetings. I know what's going on. So I'm not gonna pretend I'm Jesus or anything. I'm just saying they're gonna leave. There's a certain tolerance, and if you don't if you don't put your foot down, they're gonna leave your
Well,
table.
it's
Now
it's
you're
funny you
stuck.
say that.
Yeah.
Because in that 5e game that I was talking about, where I played the warlock that was enthralled by the elf, her fiance played a bugbear cleric, and they all made me the bad guy because they're like, "Well, we'll have to ask Max about this. Is it okay if he plays a bugbear cleric?" And I'm thinking, no, it's not okay. Bugbears aren't clerics. Number one, I get it. It's 5e. Everything's everything, whatever. But in my brain, because I come from old, like, no, bugbears are things to be killed, not things to be clerics.
In order for a bugbear to successfully, attract a female, he feeds her human children.
Yeah, right. So why the hell? But I was going to be the bad guy if I said no. So I was like, oh, fine, be a be a bugbear cleric, But it did give me a negative feel of that table. Like,
yeah, you have to agree on. We need a verisimilitude of the world because I'm buying in that this world is real. So the more you shed away from tradition, from how races are being viewed, like how they are supposed to act, what is a dwarf, what is an elf, what is an orc, like there can be differences, and you can play with the idea that the orcs lost the war, they've been enslaved, and now one of the slavers got out of prison, learned human context, and is the leader of the horde. He's called Thrall, and is creates a beautiful story in a game called Warcraft, which I love. But I take this as like, well, that's cool. But what you guys are doing with your characters is lame.
Yeah, right. Actually, I like the lore of Warcraft, but I just wanted to piggyback on what you said there. Malachi, real quickly. I want to go back to you. You look like you're all black and white there. That's funny. So you talked about the girlfriend kept calling. Did that put a strain? Because remember, we're talking. Our subject for this one is let's get it right here. Is social dynamics and relationship strains. It might not just necessarily be at the table. This could be relationship strains you had with friends. Satanic panic. You know what? Oh, yeah. That caused relationship strains with people, right? Well, in your case, she kept calling. Did that cause a strain for you in the game, with your relationship, or both?
It caused a strain in the game.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. The players, at least one, maybe two of the players spoke up about it, and that
I would have.
And that found some things behind the scenes later on.
Okay.
One of the others, that bros and poor host, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm not asking you to give all the details of your relationship and so forth, but I mean, I would have been one of those people who complained to be like, dude, come on, she's got to stop calling every hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's when I kind of had to say, put my foot down, but
I got it. Okay, I am done asking questions here. Is there anything with regard to relationships or what was the other part? I'm already losing my mind too. Social dynamics and relationship strains that you guys want to follow up? Anything that Zonlar said? Anything Squirrel Hermit, Malachi, whatever else? I think we have a good wrap up here.
Yeah, I'm good.
I would have one point about romance that happened at a role-playing table. Like in the end, what you're doing, right? It's a hobby. There's social elements to it, like you get to meet each other again. And outside of work and school, this might be the only socially acceptable time to meet somebody and getting to know them on a more intimate level. That's not just surface. It's gonna depend on the country and the context, what's traditional, what's acceptable, right? But I'm gonna say that. Well, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you guys are dating now. That means you can't be on my table anymore. I'm more on the side of, oh, you guys are dating now because you got to know each other, actually like each other through the hobby, and now you're making it a romance thing. That's fine, as long as it doesn't affect the campaign. It's like, guys.
Right, no, agree 100%. Look, when I was in high school, it happened. When I was in the Air Force, it happened at my first base. When I first started my Earth Dawn campaign, when I transitioned from D&D to Earth Dawn, two girls joined it. I ended up dating one, and one of the other guys ended up dating one. But we were very clear about how we role played, and no, they don't get to sit. One decided she didn't want to play because she thought it was stupid. The other one did stay and play. My girlfriend did stay and play, and she was actually good. I wouldn't have let her stay if she sucked just because I didn't told her like, look, hey,
Yeah.
we're going out and whatnot, but no. So yeah, no, I think that's a very good point. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. Just don't hit on the people. How do I say this? Don't do something that you wouldn't do in normal civilized society just because you're
Yes.
at a table with people you know.
Like, don't use the game as a thinly veiled excuse to be on a date night with her. Just ask her out, like for next
Right.
weekend, something like that.
By the way, for me, that actually worked in reverse. It was the girls who were the problem. Not those two, but Von Zark on my Discord, he can talk about that because he was part of that group. It was the girls who were the problem.
She was hunting for a man, something like that.
Well, we'll just say it's like this. When it's high school hormones and the girl who's a cheerleader is hitting on the boys don't know how to react to that situation because they've got hormones, All right, well, that is going to be basically it for tonight. Let's get through some super chats and some comments here. Before we do that, this Sunday in RPG Digest, I am by myself. I'm Ronri, because Heathen Dog is out, and we're going to be talking about Rule Cyclopedia domains and strongholds. And if you guys want, I'll even dive into the next chapter because I noticed that the next chapter, I'm going to be skipping a lot of it anyway, so we might be able to do it, which is DM procedures, which will probably be good because it'll help get us back on track a little bit because we are way behind on that series. But so that's what we're going to be doing next Friday. What are we talking about next Friday on GMI? I can't believe I already forgot. I usually put it in here. What is next Friday? What's the date today? That's May. We're in April, so we're in the fourth. Oh, next week is going to be an interesting one. We're going to have 3 independent TTRPG creators come in here, and they're going to promote their games. We're going to have Dave Scott for Everyday Heroes, who I've never met. We've got Blackwall to talk about Horde Wars Advanced that I just got a copy of the other day, but have not had a chance to read through it yet. And the Basic Expert with Atomic Punk 2240, which I also have a copy of. I've paged through it, but I have not actually dove into it a lot yet. So it's going to be great to hear from them. And we're going to have an interesting panel where people are going to promote their game. Wonder how that's going to work, but we're going to find out. So yeah, let's hit those super chats now. And what do I have? I started a couple of things. I don't think there are any more super chats. Nope, there were. There's just one comment from Captain Conway. It's another thing, too. Some games just take way too long. You need to tell your players exactly how long the campaign will last. People's schedules change. That will never be my campaign. Now, I heard Zonalar actually talk about this quite a bit. Hey, I'm running a 10-session campaign. I'm running this.
Yeah.
I don't do that. I say, I'm running Dungeons and Dragons. It's going to go until it doesn't go. Now, apparently I used the word campaign wrong, and that's fine. To me, a campaign is basically when I start running to when I stop running, that's a campaign. I don't care if it's 5 years, 1 year, a day, whatever. Technically speaking, I have multiple campaigns in there because it could be at low levels, you're stopping the orcs. At mid levels, you're stopping the priest cult that was moving the orcs towards you. At higher levels, you're stopping the dragons and demons that were pressuring the priest cult into, whatever. Because I will expand the world as you play in it. But the campaign doesn't end until, as Mar Hockman said earlier in chat, it just peters out. That's how all my campaigns have ended after years, or people PCS'd in the military and, there's nobody to play. So I don't do that because if you're still enjoying the game after 10 sessions, I want to keep running it.
Yeah.
I don't have a story. Some people have this thing like I have a story I'm telling, and as soon as you beat the big bad at the end, so to speak, the story's over. I don't do that because the world is still there for you to explore. It could be that what caused that to happen, or it could be a totally different direction. While that was going on, that's when the evil cultists, because you were sidetracked with the orcs, the evil cultists were rising. Who knows what it was? You get the idea. So I don't tell. And the other thing, as I've warned everybody, if I'm running a Dungeons & Dragons game, I don't care if the game lasts at least a year, you will, without exception, end up in Ravenloft at some point. What are you guys' thoughts on that? Not the Ravenloft, but his idea of, hey, telling folks, hey, the campaign is going to be this long.
I want to hear what Malachi has to say.
Well, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I've run one shots before, you know.
Yeah, but he specifically said, and maybe I'm harping on this, but you need to tell your players exactly how long. So he says need and exactly. That's kind of a double whammy of saying, hey, this has got to be done, of how long the campaign will last.
See, I'm in the mindset that, like, I like to have, you know, you get your setting and your virtual locations, players go and do stuff. It's going to last as long as the players want to adventure there.
Yeah.
I think it's more up to the players for me. Unless I'm running a one shot that I'm going to say it's going to be like only 1 or 2 sessions.
Mm-hmm. I agree with everything you said there. Squirrel Hermit, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, agreed. Unless there's something exactly, you know, we're going from point A to point B, start to end. It's probably gonna be 10, 12 games worth, or, you know, because you can't, unless it's an absolute railroaded module adventure campaign type thing. Even then, it's hard to predict the exact amount of time. But we're going to be playing this if we meet 3 weeks out of the month, probably about 6 months.
Okay,
fair enough. But usually, I'm same with, hey, if we're having fun, let's just keep jamming. Let's do this. And when it fizzles out, it fizzles out. Don't need a grand conclusion and you know, fade off into the west or ride off into the sunset, whatever kind of moment. Sometimes that happens. It's fun. Sometimes it's like, all right, we're over this. What are we getting into next? That's just the way it is.
Fair enough. Zonalar?
Yeah. Not sure where I want to take this. Let's start with the controversial approach of, I like to have a set limit. The set limit is for me and not for the players. It's for me. So I know at some point I'm out of here and I can look forward to that moment as all of this anxiety and pressure I've built up over the months of like expectations that I've set that I realized I cannot live up to, you know, like it's fine. It's just like 2 more sessions. And at the end, I'm gonna reflect on it. Most of the times it's like, wait, actually, it didn't go that badly. Everybody loved it at the table. It was an amazing story the players have created. We got a much role-playing done. But also, it keeps my mind on track of, I want to be able to wrap it up. So I'm gonna push for the big events to come sooner than later. I'm not gonna let it flounder around and the people are just like pub crawling in a role-playing game, getting nothing done for like 2 sessions in a row, wasting 8 hours of everybody's time of ordering an ale, you know, one too many times. So that's my mindset of why I say, hey guys, I wanna tackle 5e with the 40 roleplay system. So I stack a system upon the system to set the expectations. We see if 5e works for role-playing. That's the whole goal. That's what we do. Can we talk nothing about the rules for 2 to 3 hours in a row? Then we add a half an hour to talk how the session went, what we liked, what we think got in the way, and like how we would change things. And I use that to adapt. And I said, that's gonna be 3-session ordeal, maybe 5 sessions. 3 to 5 short campaign, short and good, focus on the players, and the focus on figuring out, solving the problem. How much roleplay can we get done in 5th edition? How much does the rule set get in the way?
Okay. All right. Well, let's pop up the thank you screen here. Oh, wait, did I read that? Yeah, I read it. There was only that one that I started. So, boom. Well, as always, thank you very much to tonight's panel, Malachi, Squirrel Hermit, and Zonlar. Remember, in the comments somewhere, tell us which idea that they said that you liked the most. I mean, it's really easy to complain about somebody. That happens a lot. But no, put in there what comment that they said or what idea that they brought up that you like the most. Would love to hear from you with those comments. And whether you agree or disagree with any panelists, I hope you found their viewpoints both entertaining and enlightening. and that they inspired fresh ideas for your upcoming sessions. Or I guess in this case, it'd be more about pitfalls that you might come across so that you can prepare for them in your upcoming campaigns. Of course, if you enjoy this discussion, please like this video, subscribe to Legion of Myth and to all of the panelists whose links you can find in the description. Now, for my final comments, I have none. I bloviated through this one, but I did it intentionally. I bloviated through this one. There was nothing that I wrote down on the side that I've got to come back to, so there aren't actually going to be any final comments today. I hope you enjoyed the conversation. I hope you enjoyed our panelists. I hope you enjoyed everything that we had to offer. And you know what? If you've got something else, something that you believe differently, it might be awesome for you to put that in the comments as well. But until next week when we advertise, we promote 3 awesome games out there. I hope each and every one of you has a wonderful week.